What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics Auxiliary Hazardous Material Storage Facility somewhere in the world. How's everybody doing this evening? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Silas? What's up, Utter Chaos? Welcome. Good to see y'all. Oh boy, I really got to stretch my brain out to try and remember everything that was going on. I have a pretty good sense of what was happening in the game, but I think names and stuff I'm gonna have trouble with. Let's see, didn't make a note. I have on my notes where I keep the audio levels for different games because every game's a little bit different. Crimson Diamond, question mark. It should be fine. I don't believe I've touched it since then because I think this is the last thing that I streamed that was running just straight PC game, which is its own meter. So I think it'll be fine, but we may have to adjust the audio when I get into it. We'll find out. Well, hopefully everyone's having a good day, good week so far. It's Monday. I was originally going to do this on Tuesday, and then I found out that I may have to be providing some transport tomorrow, so I want to bump this forward because I really want to get back to this before I start something else, something new. So I may not be around tomorrow. I may not have a stream tomorrow night, and I don't think I'll know until later. So if I do stream something, it's just going to be like spur of the moment, like last minute, like I don't know, Blender or Phasmo or something. I might mess around with my Xbox. I pulled out my OG Xbox that I worked on for a while, and of course something's not working on it, and I'm just like, boy, I don't remember any of this. It's been months since I worked on it. I tend to do that a lot. What's up, Crooked Gamer? Welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, I tend to do this a lot where I get games or particularly consoles, and then it's like several months before I'm actually playing something on it. And if I'm not actively working on it, I may forget, like, how did I have this hooked up? How did I plug this in? Where was this going? What settings did I use? But there's, you know, I'm running the OG Xbox with a custom dashboard, and I was looking at it today, and I was trying to remember, like, what's the button you press to change the layout? And I think I found it, but now everything's invisible. So I go, okay. I guess I'm gonna be tearing through some files on that. It's not the end of the world, but it I looked at it like 20 minutes before stream, and like that's the worst time, because then it's like that's gonna be back in my mind all this time. But I'm gonna push it out of my head so that I can focus on the game. It should be like worst case scenario. Well, I shouldn't say worst case scenario. Second to worst case scenario is I just gotta delete some files and reload some stuff. Yeah, it's I don't quite understand what happened, and it's a little irksome. Like, okay, well this just broke. The worst case scenario is that the drive that's in it that I have stuff loaded on is dead, and that's only really bad because then I just have to replace it with something else, and then it's just work. It's just work. I have the games that I had loaded on there, so I just load them back up again. It's just time. Which I got time. I was gonna play a game from the OG Xbox for Halloween. I say for Halloween, but for October. But if I have to skip that, I'll skip it. But I will be back. There's a RoboCop game for the OG Xbox. Did you know that? I don't know if it's any good. It probably isn't. I don't remember much about it. But I do have that. Does it have mirrors? That's a good question. We'll find out. It always surprises me, games that do have reflections versus games that don't. I'm so weirded out by that. I know I joke about it a lot. It's not like a real criticism of the game, but I just find it so odd that a modern day game can't handle, like, it's got such fancy lighting and stuff going on in it, and they can't put a single functional mirror in the game. I just don't. I've looked around at other footage, and I have yet to see anything that tells me that it's like a setting I have turned off, because I ran that at fairly high settings. What's up, Headmo? No, no culting time. Unless it's a cult in this game. I don't think there is. There could be. The world may never know. But we'll find out soon enough. We'll find out soon enough if there's a cult in this game. Possibly. What's my screen look all weird? That should be better. Someone say cult's never a cult. What's up, Skyo? A webinar cult. Oh, geez. Webinars. I used to have to manage webinars a lot. Oh, that and video conferencing was like, that's what broke me at the last job, was having to deal with video conferencing all the time. People could not tell the difference between a camera and a screen, and they would walk up to like a TV screen and like stare at the screen as though the TV screen was a camera. And I was just like, how do you not? The camera's right there. I don't know how you get this. And then they would lean over and whisper to me, can they hear me? And I'm like, why don't you just ask them? Oh, this stuff drove me crazy. It was so bad that when the that second Star Wars sequel came out, and they had that bit in the beginning where he's like, I think there's something wrong with your microphone. I can't quite hear you. My coworker and I went and saw that movie, and we were both having flashbacks to the job during that scene. It was like, oh no, because that was our everyday at that time. Get the children. No, not the children. No. I'll have a rusted hacksaw. Oh boy. I don't know what kind of crimes you guys are confessing to in my chat here. Let's return to the game. Let me know about the game audio. It should be exactly where it was the last time I played it. But you know, I never know. It is very nice music. I'm excited to get back to this, to my totally real, not made up Canadian girlfriend, Nancy Maple. This is like, I think I finally found a game where it's like, that is the waifu material right there, and it's this game. I just think Nancy Maple's cool. Get yourself a girl like Nancy Maple. Called sacrifice to protect our religious beliefs and should not be prosecuted. I wonder about that. I don't think that's true. I think there's little limits on that. I have to click through this. The only crime I confess to is being criminally underappreciated and sexy. Are you underappreciated? Are you? Burning monsters and Monster Crown. A Monster Crown looks really interesting. I think that's like a solo dev too, or at least a very small team. Very impressive what they pulled out. I like their designs. YouTube bonking only proves my point. Possibly. I'm pretty sure this was the only save that, like, because we've got a bunch of like extra like auto saves. I'm pretty sure I just saved straight onto that one. Let's bring up the. How do I access anything now? Notebook. Boy, I might have trouble with this. Forget all the commands here. If it's allergic to nuts, Nest exploited this fact. Okay, I think this is good. Because this is what I remember before. Talk to Jack or Nathan. Okay. Because we were looking for evidence for what happened. We got to get Corvus's satchel key from him somehow. I think that's where we were at before. I didn't know how to get the key. Because we're pretty sure we're looking for evidence possibly taken to the Garnet Mines. So we're either got to find like the Garnet Mines, but I think right now what it wants us to do is find the fake will that they've produced that they're trying to force Evan to sign. And it seems like it is in the satchel, but the satchel is locked. And so he should have the key on him. What's in our inventory? Powder. Let's tape those off for the... What's up, Flash? Welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. Notebook coming in clutch. Yeah, I'm so glad at this. I love games that have like internal note mechanisms. I wish more modern games had that, because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that's something that gets overlooked a lot. That's such an amazing thing to have in a game, especially if you have to leave and come back for a while. Mine says we can be going to the Goblin Town, going to the Goblin Garnet Mines. Owens. I can beat him with a hammer. I don't think I can do that. Can bribe him with some jewels. That was the key for his medicine cabinet, the hair. That was all the stuff that proved that. I think that was Corvus's button. Who are we hammer beaten? I gotta get this key from Corvus, and so presumably I'm gonna whack him with a hammer. I think they were horsing around in here before, weren't they? Here's Corvus. Now, how do I get the satchel key from him? He must have it in one of his pockets. Let's see. Talk to Corvus. Mr. Shaw. They're just going to say, get out of here. Not right now, Miss Maple. Can't you see we're busy? Corvus doesn't look quite as natty as he usually does. He might even go so far as saying that it looks slightly disheveled. His vest is missing one of its metal buttons. Aha, this button I picked up outside the smokehouse matches the ones on Corvus's vest. Corvus seems to be taking an interest in Margot's shoe collection. He's taking them off the shelves, inspecting them, shaking them, putting them back. Button? Press those buttons. He's got a foot fetish. That is what it seems like. Does the metal button belong to you, Corvus? Oh, indeed. It must have fallen off when I was out for a stroll. Look at shoes. Don't you dare touch a thing! I'm looking for my ruby brooch, the one Margot stole. Oh, well, I can help you look for it. Not on your life. You'll just pocket it for yourself. Get out of here. Can I give Corvus, like, the button? Do you want this button, Corvus? Ah, as it happens, I do. I've been missing one of my metal buttons. You hand the metal button over to Corvus. Thank you, Miss Maple. You're very welcome. Search Corvus. Conspiracy raid. What's up, raiders? Welcome, raiders. I'm Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics. Not going to do the whole thing. Now we're playing the Crimson Diamond. But welcome. How was Pseudo Regalia? How was the stream? Welcome, welcome. I got the next button. I think I got the next button. I'm sorry if my voice is a little scratchy. I've been getting over a cold. My voice is still a little raggedy. So fun, relaxing. Nice, nice, very good. Nice. Excellent. Hide your valuables. Look out, everybody. I just handed some valuables back to this man who's possibly a murderer. Was no possible about it. They definitely poisoned the woman with, I think, what was it, cyanide? They got from the fly paper that they soaked in water and then fed to her. But she was already taking a medication that contained cyanide, so it just completely knocked her out. Yeah, it was great. Couldn't finish it in one because I'm also still recovering from being sick. Oh no! Well, I hope you get well soon. I hope you recover well. Good to see you back. Yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Thank you very much for the raid. I always appreciate it. Always good to see you. As usual, I understand if any of y'all raiders gotta step out, need to get some snacks, do whatever. Totally understandable. But I appreciate you stopping by. Severe mold allergies. I saw that. I saw you were talking about that. Wasn't there like mold in the AC unit? That's a nightmare. I read that and I was like eyeing my own air conditioning setup like, maybe it's time to clean some of this. Maybe I should look into this as well. Thankfully it was okay, but it did give me the fear. Big time allergic to on top of that. This was pretty yucky. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. That sounds like an absolute nightmare. Well, I hope you are on the mend for that. And I hope you were able to recover. Because, boy, stuff like that will... that stuff will mess you up. Severe dust mite allergies. Yeesh. Yeah, I try and keep my space fairly clean, but, like, it's kind of the what are the downsides of collecting a lot of different stuff and having a lot of little, like, statuettes and figurines and things? It's a nightmare to dust that stuff. It becomes very discouraging when you're like, oh, I gotta take all this stuff off the shelf. Then I gotta dust it. Then I gotta vacuum. It's like, oh, no. But, like, if I let it go for too long, like, oh, it just gets bad. Where does all the dust come from? Why can't I just attack it at the source, is what I always think. Still taking it easy in the vacuum 100%. Cool. Yeah, I definitely want to push that, especially with, like, the respiratory stuff, because that'll creep up on you. Put it all back. Yeah, it's bad. Did you ever figure it's like a black hole inside of it? Yeah, that's like I've got like air filters, but like they don't do enough, I guess. Maybe I'm just not keeping up enough with other cleaning. You always, try like the top down, right? You should do from like the top down so all the dust like settles down and then you like vacuum that all up. But like, I don't know, I lose track of time. I don't keep like I don't keep it in good perspective. Like, when did I last do this? So like more time will pass than I really think. And then it's like, oh boy, let me just start rubbing your finger over the shelf. Like, oh no. I gotta take this down. And some of the stuff's kind of fragile and it's a mess. The worst things to dust, I have a life-size bust of Spider-Man and a statue of MODOK that is about the size of a human head. They're actually they're terribly placed because if I wake up in the middle of the night, I will see the silhouette of a man's head staring down at me, and that's Spider-Man. And I just can't find a better place for it. But it always takes me a minute to remember, like, oh, that's just Spider-Man. And then the MODOK is right by the door. And so if any like moonlight is coming in, like I'll see the MODOK head and it's just also just a silhouette, roughly human sized. But both of those things like have a lot of nooks and crannies. Spider-Man has like the eyes are reflective. So like I have to like polish those a little bit, but I'm afraid to like go too far because they're like, well, these are valuable collectibles now. They're probably not that valuable. Sounds wild and horrifying. Yeah. I've tried moving them around and I can't find any good place where the same thing doesn't occur, where you just look over there, bleary eyed, half awake, and there's just like a person there, like crouched over the bed, like, oh no. And I can't put anything over it because I don't want to scratch the paint up or anything. I've thought about boxing them back up, but I'm like, no, I want these. I've had this for years. MODOK is always watching. Yeah, I gotta be careful with that MODOK. I gotta fix the shelf it's on because it's not. It's pretty stable, but if I like happen to like slightly nudge it, like it'll shake a little bit, and then I just have like a mini heart attack. It's really heavy. It's not gonna fall over. Like the MODOK's not gonna fall, but it's bad. I'll take my meds, get something to eat already. Understandable. I do appreciate the luck. I appreciate the raid and appreciate you stopping by. It's always good to see you. And I'm glad to hear that that you're doing better. Y'all take it easy. Swimming pool, get display cases. Yeah. I when I was younger, I had a lot of Lego sets built up. I've now passed all that stuff on to the younger relatives, but I had a lot of Lego sets, and dusting Legos is also tough. And I spent a lot of time like, can I get a display case that I can like hermetically seal? Can I make this airtight so that no dust can get in it? And I came close, but it was never quite there. And then it just made it worse when I needed to get in there. Like, I got to get this vacuum seal open. I didn't quite keep everything out. Oh, empty with Bubble Girl. Yeah, that is my dream, of just to seal stuff away so that dust just can't get in anything anymore. All right, Corvus's. I got rid of the button. I found that button. What is this? Is that salt? Is that ice? Rock salt. Fairly unremarkable. I want to assume if I was not supposed to give him his button back, that it would have said something. So that giving his button back is a bad idea. Yeah, I was just trying to find just trying to get him to do something. Oh, you can look at her. I'm just gonna look. Don't you dare touch a thing. I can't remember her name. Nessa. I'm trying to I haven't played this in like a month, And so I'm drawing a blank on a lot of people's names. It's taking me a while for the names to come back to me. Ness was rummaging through Margot's clothes and personal items. She looks agitated. I want to say like the brooch is in here. But there's a box I can't figure out how to open. Drawers are full of various cosmetics for various parts of the face that don't interest you. One drawer holds something worthy of closer inspection. The wooden box, hinge lid. Yep. Okay. I think it's in here. The box has a shiny lid. See 2 fingerprints on the metal box. Everybody good at opening these types of little metal boxes. Shipping in there, I decided to leave it alone. I don't know if there's a different way that I can manipulate that. It could just contain like the medication, but I feel like it's some kind of puzzle. No, Ryan. No, that's like a system for injecting this stuff, this medication for some illness she had that actually contained like trace amounts of cyanide. There's fingerprints everywhere. Yeah, I was going through, I needed to get fingerprints to establish that Jack was helping. No, it's not. It is not an enema. It's I think it's like a injection system. Keep in mind, like this takes place in like the early 1900s, right? So a lot of technology is primitive. Can I take the metal box? Well, tell Margot it would be wrong to take it. This is German metal box. I don't think that's a thing. Closer inspection is certain that one of the fingerprints belongs to Margot, the other to Jack. So Margot was going to tell us, Margot admitted that she stole the brooch and she was going to show us where she hid it when she died. Of course, just extremely decorated with a leaf motif. Achieves little effect. Okay. Share. Can't do that. See if it gives us anything else. Must disappear. Good night, though. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Charlie. Always appreciated. It's good to see it. Hopefully you stop by again. But if not, I do appreciate you dropping by and hope you get a good night's rest or whatever you must be off to do. But I'll catch you on the next one. The boudoir transports you to a fin de sieil in Paris. Fin de sieil, Paris. It's shiny, opulent, perhaps slightly tacky, and very, very pink. Mirrored vanity is the focal point of the room. Exotic perfumes hover in intensely localized clouds that you can almost see. Every movement stirs air currents that bring new scents to your nose. Doorway to the south leads to a walk-in closet. Doorway to the north leads back into the master bedroom. I don't know if I can call this a dummy. Mannequin form is quite large. Perhaps it was once used in a storage display window. Search. Mannequin? Oh, okay. Well, dummy seems to work. Open? Just because I can't remember how to spell mannequin. Oh, thanks for typing that out. I don't know if this will make a difference. Okay. Can I open this window? Can't do that. How do I get the satchel key from him? He must have it in one of his pockets. Search Corvus. Don't you dare touch a thing. Okay. So the bench. Oh, she doesn't want us to touch anything here. Jack's old room. Maybe. I want to hear what she would have hit it. Can I open this trunk? The trunk is locked. Let's just look in the space. The one the other guy took. Yeah. We're taking a look at those other rooms there. This is the master bedroom. Mr. Richard shares it with Margot. You feel a little weird about invading the private space. There's a wardrobe and nightstand to the left and right of the bed. Two to the south wall is released. I mean, I think they've been through all of this. Let's see here. This was her room. He must have it in one of the pockets. It could have fallen out of his pocket. So she has it somewhere. Saying you can't search the paintings. Yeah, I think so. I think Jack is downstairs. I think he's in here. They were looking through stuff. Snippet of a beast. It could be. It could be. Because she said she was going to show us, and then she died. That was Margot. So I assumed it was back in there. Maybe that metal box isn't a thing after all. It's a nicer person. I'd say the theft of the brooch was real shame. Restlessly tell Nathan and Jack your theory about what happened in the smokehouse, ending with your belief that Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines. Oh, okay. Well, it did say to talk to them. I thought, for some reason, I thought I already had. I think Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines. Those have been sealed shut for decades, which makes them a perfect place to hide someone. Uh-oh. We should drive out there and check, just in case. I agree. It'll take some time to prep the automobile. To the carriage house. I'll meet you there. I'm going to fetch Ranger Murdoch. Stay put here in the lodge, Nancy, in case Mr. Richards comes back. I don't think I will. No Ranger music about to play with this team. Come, Kimusabi. Well, I'm certainly not going to just wait around here. No, I'm not. I'll convince Jack and Nathan to take me with them. They need all the help they can get. Before I head out, should I check in with the other folks in the lodge? Search Corvus's satchel. Jack and Nathan. Get Corvus' satchel key from him somehow. How do I do it? How do I do it? Cyanide. Or if can I take water? Okay. I was thinking I've spilled some stuff on him. Concho. Could be. Could be. Marco told me that Nessa's ruby roach is hidden somewhere in here. Oh, they're gone now. Nessa tore this room apart looking for it. I wonder if it's still here. Yellow hat, green hat, blue hat, and teal hat. Took a yellow hat down from the shelf, mannequin head and all. Take a close look at the yellow hat, admiring the quality workmanship. Maybe one day you'll own a hat as fine as this. You can see why Nessa didn't bother inspecting all the hats. They're up high and hard to reach, and the mannequin heads are surprisingly solid and heavy, not hollow, leaving no room for hidden items. Green hat down from the shelf, mannequin head and all. This is one fine hat. This green hat is a lot like yours, except newer and made of finer wool. Maybe I'll steal these hats. She's dead. She's not going to miss them. Mannequin heads are made of painted hardwood, so the brooch couldn't be stuck into them to conceal it. Merely shaking the mannequin head is all that it would be required to check if the brooch was balanced under one of the hats. Take the blue hat down from the shelf, mannequin head and all. The red silk rose and the blue hat is exquisite. The stitching is minute and even. Your arms are starting to ache from straining them to the limits to reach the hats. You wonder if your efforts will prove fruitful. You're starting to doubt it. Look, it's something. Bright teal color of this hat isn't faded in the slightest, and the underside of the brim is the same gorgeous hue. With a grunt of effort, you wrest the last mannequin head down from the shelf and examine the hat closely. Oh! Pinned to the inside of the last hat you inspect, you find Nessa's ruby brooch. I got it. She don't need any more. Yeah, I mean, she's got 4 hats to choose from. Maybe she'll want to be buried in one of them, but like, you could pick one of them, and I'll just take one of the other ones, and you'll still have 2 hats left to, I don't know, smell. I don't know why you would need them. They did a shit job searching for that thing. Yeah, those mannequin heads were up tall and heavy. They wouldn't put them there. Margot had cleverly concealed the pinned part of the brooch between the hat and its band. You carefully unpinned the ruby brooch from the hat before returning the mannequin head and hat to the top of the shelf. Glad I found it. What do I do with it now? I guess I better find Nessa and give it back. Maybe he drops it. Well, now I need to find them. They're not there. What happened here? Albert's room is a mess. Clothes are hanging haphazardly in the wardrobe. The waste paper basket is stuffed full of papers. And all of his luggage is gone. He hit the road. It's like she's trying to die. Yeah, we're gonna go down the waterfall again. Maybe my thumbnail was a little too on the nose. Wardrobe still has some clothing sloppily draped on some hangers. You can see some crumpled papers in the waste paper basket. They don't appear to have anything written on them. There's a strip of telegraph tape lying just outside of the waste paper basket on the carpeted floor. Tape. Pick up the strip of telegraph paper. Let's take a look. Strip of telegraph paper retrieved from Albert's desk. The telegraph tape reads as follows. Carl L. proceed to Sue Locks with package. Deliver package by 3 a.m. Await further instructions. Well done in crimson. Well done in crimson? What could that mean? And who on earth is Carl L.? search the desk while we're here. See a cigar butt in the upper left drawer. I'll take it. Take the cigar butt from the desk drawer. I guess let's look at it. You admire the rich, much coveted pigeon blood, deep red hue of the ruby mounted in the brooch. Thanks to your loop, you detect faint root-held inclusions. But the gem is eye clean. That means the inclusions aren't visible to the naked eye. The inclusions are also called silk. Some of these faint lines might not be inclusions after all. They look a bit oily. Let's dust it. One of Albert's cigar butts. He stubbed it into the inside of the desk drawer. The coat of arms and label of the cigar butt indicates that it's of Belgian make. The head of the cigar appears to have some oily smudges. Now that you're taking a closer look at the cigar butt, you can catch a whiff of its aroma. I've smelled this type of cigar before, and not just in the lodge. Brush some powdery soot onto the ruby brooch, and you are shocked to discover not one, but two clear fingerprints. Carefully apply a bit of tape to the two fingerprints revealed on the ruby brooch. There were oily smudges ringing the cigar butt. After Jen's application of soot, there are now sooty, oily smudges ringing the cigar butt. Okay. It looks like the fingerprints got smeared as the butt was being twisted to put it out inside the drawer. Glad I tried, though. Perot could be. You revealed two clear fingerprints in the ruby cabochon. You compare them to the fingerprints you've obtained from everyone in the lodge. One of these fingerprints belongs to Margot, which comes as no surprise. She admitted to stealing Nessa's brooch. The other fingerprint belongs to Jack. I should ask him about this. Albert stored some of his things in the blue trunk in the upstairs closet. I wonder if anything was left behind. Let's find out. Oh! It's been opened. The big blue trunk's lid is up and the padlock hanging open. I wonder what was stored in here. Peer into the blue trunk. There are some old threadbare linens lining the interior and obscuring the trunk's bottom. But by methodically feeling around inside, you discover a dead body. A bullet in a blasting cap. Aha! Albert blew the bridge up. My father was in construction. I know a blasting cap when I see one. But why would Albert put these in here? Jack let Albert store his things in this trunk. He wanted to lock this all away. The same as how he demanded to stay in Jack's room, the only bedroom with a lock. Seems like Albert was concerned about keeping his secrets. And he's armed? Uh-oh. Gotta take the cap. Just McDonald's and my hamburger fries. Nothing like some Mickey D's. I haven't had Mickey D's in a while. Take bullet. Dust bullet. It's a good thought. Dust cap. You've revealed fingerprint on blasting cap. Ah, take fingerprint. Feel the fingerprint on the tin of blasting caps. Father's instruction, so I know what these look like. Kids sometimes play with them. Not me, but other kids. That sounds like a lie, Nancy. Probably for the best. Probably. What's up, Uncle Pogo? Welcome in. Good to see you. How you doing? Finished in very well. It's time for the sacrifices. Maybe the dinner is the sacrifice. Press X to doubt. Yeah. Nancy seems too cool to not play with explosives. After comparing the fingerprints to your collection, you conclude, as suspected, this fingerprint belongs to Albert. Blasting caps are not standard mineralogist equipment. You've revealed two clear fingerprints in the ruby cabochon. You compare them. Yep, I already got those. Okay. I should take a closer look at Albert's room. I mean, I was just in there. Red cylinder is partially hidden under Albert's bed. Take cylinder. Reach down to retrieve the red cylinder from Albert's bed. Uh-oh! I think it's a stick of dynamite. Yep, it's a stick of dynamite. Looking at it makes you sweat. Dynamite is not a standard piece of mineralogical equipment. Albert stored blasting caps in the blue trunk and dynamite in his luggage, it seems. I'm starting to think he's not a mineralogist at all. He probably isn't. He probably isn't. I was fine for 5 minutes, missed my chance. I didn't bonk anything. YouTube took care of that. Whatever it was got bonked. I didn't even get an option. She's blown some shit up. Yeah, you know she has. She has 4 fingers on one hand. Possibly. That may be unrelated. As long as she's got the most important finger, on which I will place the ring when I travel back in time and into the video game to marry this Canadian lady. Albert's Sulong, Sue's Carlisle. Albert's butt smells familiar. Well, you shouldn't admit that. Ask Jack about Ruby Brooch. Investigate the blue trunk in the upstairs. But I did, didn't I? Do I need to investigate it some more? Found a fingerprint on the tin of plastic caps. Found Albert's fingerprint. Which is equipped with demolition material, knowledgeable in their use. I think I'm getting the picture here. Albert isn't who he says he is. I believe he's headed to the Sulongs to sabotage them with explosives. I found a bullet and blasting caps in the blue trunk. Albert is probably armed and is fairly well acquainted with how to use explosives, seeing as he knew to store his dynamite and blasting caps separately. Now they're all in my pocket, so that's probably bad. I want to marry a fictitious lady once. Minerva Mink from Animaniacs. You know. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. It's not a bad choice. This doesn't bode well. And I think he tossed my luggage out the train to illuminate my field kit, so I couldn't interfere with his sham field work. I think he was in the train car with me and Kimmy. I do remember the smell of this particular brand of cigar. I need to head to the carriage house and tell Jack Nathan and Ranger Murdoch. Where's everybody else? Is the question. I guess everybody else is Corvus and Nessa. Am I going to blow somebody up here? I might. I'm trapped in the chairs. Get out of there. They must have gone to the mines, is my guess. I still did not get, oh, there's a doings that transpire in here. Oh, try the throw hands command. What's this? The double doors have been thrown wide open. You can see Ranger Murdoch and Jack inside the carriage house. They look nonplussed. Jack, what's going on? The automobile's gone, Nancy. I can see that. Someone must have picked the lock on the driver's side door and made off with it. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You hear a rumbling. Is that thunder? Nope, that's Nathan. He went and got his automobile. Tell me what you know on the way. Time's a-wasting. Let's go. Right. It's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze and a bumpy ride. It's actually Evan's father's old car. I've managed to keep it running decently well, though. The shocks are pretty stiff. Decently well? It'll be fine, Nancy. Just hang on tight. Press F to fuck shit up. Nancy's just riding all the way there with the dynamite in her hand. I'm gonna go blow this man up. You all pile into Nathan's automobile and head for the mine. Mr. Cardinal, I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances. I understand your reluctance to be involved with the authorities. It's entirely justified. Evan's in danger. I will help my friend. We can figure out the rest later. I will safeguard you from any consequences of going off reservation. I promise. So the one honorable authority here. Dynamite is actually quite stable. Is it Dynamite? Well, it depends on like the age it's made, because a lot of the older stuff wasn't. Or is that TNT? I know there's like separation there. It's probably fine. However, if she has like the blasting cap stored with it, it could be. They're on this bumpy ride. I can see the two like jamming into each other there. Plus, she's got like that cigar could not be fully out. I can see a lot of ways this would go bad. Look at this car though. Hold on tight. Oh Lord. Oh Jesus. Let's deal with that later. I think Albert stole the automobile. You do? What makes you think so, Nancy? Albert's luggage is gone and his room is a mess. It looks like he left in a hurry. Albert had so much luggage and Jack said it was very heavy. It sure was. There's no way he could have handled all the luggage himself unless he took the automobile. I think he's driving it to the Sioux Locks to destroy it. Kimmy had a map with the Sioux Locks circled. I think that had something to do with Albert leaving so suddenly. He must have thought she was onto a sabotage plan, but Kimmy told me she was interested in seeing the Sioux Locks as a tourist. He's not a Belgian mineralogist at all. He's a German spy. It's the Germans! Oh no! This car, you needed to crank and hope the guy wouldn't run you over. Yep. I like that this car is like basically just like it's an engine with a seat on it. There's no inside to this vehicle. The Kaiser sent him. I don't know, Flash. Did you mean that one? Or are you revealing your true feelings? Was that what they call like a Freudian slip there? Are you one of the Germans? Flash, are you with the Germans? Top speed 40 miles per hour. If they're lucky. Look at the tires though. It looks like they have many patches on them. Those things are probably like way out of out of spec there. Now for Headmo. Now. I need to. I can't have that in my chat. even as a joke. Just one grandparents was. Were they from South America, perhaps? Preferred America, though. Don't we all? Well, I don't know. Are these the baddies? Potentially. But I think this is like World War I, right? So it's not even like, I guess maybe not like the worst of the Germans yet. His name might actually be Carl L. Carl L. Evil. All quiet on the Canadian front. And that's basically Carl L. Where did you hear that name? Found this telegraph tape and stick of dynamite in Carl's room. And I found a bullet and a blasting cap in the blue trunk where he was storing some of his things. I think Carl is highly knowledgeable about explosives, armed and dangerous. Fantastic detective work, Nancy. I need to notify the appropriate authorities and follow up on this imminent threat. I need to get a telegraph out there. It'll take 6 to 8 weeks to be delivered. Oh, also I think Albert's got a gun. He's been storing bullets in the blue trunk. And he's knowledgeable explosives. He was storing the blasting caps and dynamite separately. Carrier pigeon. When did they die out? Well, they would have still been around because they were used in heavily in World War I believe. So there's still time. There's still time to send the pigeons out. I think you're dealing with a professional saboteur, one that's armed and dangerous. Got it. I'll keep all of that in mind when we confront him, Nancy. Thank you. Please be careful. I will. I'll tell you how it goes when we meet again. Mr. Cardinal, could you please drop me off at the train station? I can send an urgent telegram for reinforcements. Use the judo on him. Yep. I'll use my maple martial powers. We'll have rangers at the Sulaks as soon as possible. Of course, but first to the Garnet Mines. They're closer. Good idea. Telegrams travel faster than any automobile. Albert will take some hours to arrive at his destination. They're zooming. Nathan stops his automobile as close to the Garnet Mines as he dares. The ground is rugged, and any roads leading to and from the area have fallen into disrepair many years ago. He's going to spray him with a maple gun, encase him in syrup. It's going to turn him into some fresh amber right on the spot. Douse him, boys. Oh no, I'm on sticky with syrups. And release the bears. No, they'll get the geese on him, man. Get the flying cobras at him. Nathan stops the automobiles close. All right, I read that. A bit of stealth is imperative as well. It wouldn't do for Nessa and Corvus to be alerted to your presence. The consequences for Evan could be dire. You and Jack watch Nathan turn the automobile around to head for the distant train station. It's all up to you now. Excellent job. Kudos on your thorough investigative technique. We never did go what was in his pocket, but I don't know how we would. We may have to do that now when we confront him. That's my thinking. Thinking passenger pigeons, they won't instinct. Yeah. But isn't it the same thing? Isn't the passenger pigeon like what they used for the carrier pigeons? Or am I mistaken? The trained bear like the soldiers had in the World Wars. Bring out the war bear. It's fun a service where you can send letters by pigeons. Carrier pigeons. So they are two different things. Papa Peacock, you gotta let me soar. I learned how to dance to make fun of the other kids. There's so much good stuff in that movie. You think what I'm thinking? Aim for the bushes. I don't know what they were thinking. There weren't any bushes anywhere near there. The mine entrance has been blasted shut. This can't be where Nessa and Corvus took Evan. Oh no, my theory's wrong. Nancy, wait a minute. This is the closest entrance to the mine. They were on foot. Not to mention, this is fresh rubble. Most likely, they did use this entrance, but the entrance collapsed after them. Abandoned mines are dangerous places. We have to be careful. Chapter 6, Confrontations. The time is soon at hand. How are we going to get in? Don't know, but I'm going to grab that shovel and start digging. I've got dynamite. And I see a detonator and the cable there. Guess they died just, but Evan's in there. We got to save Evan. The rest, we could let them die, but they're likely to cannibalize Evan. The Evan, it's worth it. It's worth releasing them. And then forcing them to eat the bullet. I don't know what that would do to them, but if we make them swallow the bullet and then punch them really hard, right? Would that make the bullet go off? I'm willing to try. We may have to punch them a lot. Time to light it up. Yep. I don't know why YouTube is like going crazy tonight with like very innocuous things that it's like, are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? Yes. We're playing a video game. There's explosives in it. Jack starts digging at the rubble at the mine entrance. I've got to help Jack with this. Game has auto-saved. All right. Look, Jack, I found Nessa's ruby brooch. Huh. Well, how do you like that? You're pretty good at finding things, Nancy. Want to know what else I found, Jack? Your fingerprint on Nessa's ruby brooch. Can you think of any reason why I'd find that? Oh. Okay. I helped Margot hide the brooch. It was the least I could do, seeing as Nessa probably killed her. Nessa probably murdered Margot, right? Or at least poisoned her? I just got a notification. Mr. Skyhax is out there racing them horses. How would it work if you were a mantis shrimp? What if I had brass knuckles? What if I had spiked brass knuckles, right? Some needles on the end to try to hit, try to simulate a firing pin. Just get a baseball bat with nails in it and just keep hitting it till it goes off. Whatever the consequences. That's my theory. Be like, look, I'll stop beating you up and let you go as soon as the bullet goes off. But until then, I'm gonna keep hitting you. It's like a pound of flesh situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just gonna cut a pound of flesh off of you. Of course, I can't measure it till I'm done. So if I happen to take more than a pound, I'll give it back. It's like guaranteed to kill you. That's what you figure, right? Yes, that's what I think. Margot was telling me that Nessa had it out for her. She didn't tell me why she thought so. But it was easy to see, wasn't it? Nessa thought Margot would get the lodge and land instead of her. So yeah, when Margot came to me to help her hide the brooch, I did just that. I couldn't hide it in my room because Albert's using it. Couldn't hide it in the room I'm sharing with Corvus. Too risky. So I hid the brooch in Margot's giant closet. Reached up high into our hats and pinned it inside one of them. Margot couldn't have reached up there. She was even shorter than you. We were going to sell it and use the money to help with the lodge's upkeep. So as Nessa could at least indirectly help fund that, something she should have been doing anyway. But now, Margot's dead, Evan's missing, and Nessa and Corvus right in the middle of all of it. Things are coming apart. I don't see much point in anything anymore. You keep it. You found it fair and square. Pay your way through school or something. Make something good come of all of this. Okay, Jack, I'll hold on to it. For now. All right. Let's look around here. Had forgotten equipment here. This is the softest rocks. Do you know the secret to shoveling fallen rocks? I think the guy's got like intense strength. He's got power. He's done his share of burying bodies. Probably. There's probably a lot of shallow, unmarked graves around the area. The abandoned garden mine looks stark and desolate in the moonlight. Debris and forgotten equipment litter the area. There is rubble completely obstructing the entrance. The rubble does look fresh. It could be that Nessa and Corvus did enter the mine from here. Jack is here. I think that's a spool of cable. The real wire still looks pretty good considering it's been outside for years. Take wire. I wonder if I can figure out a faster way to clear this rubble. Disclaimer, the developer of this game assumes no responsibility or liability for any errors or omissions in any processes depicted, particularly dangerous ones involving explosives. Do not attempt anything in this game in real life. What a crazy thing to put in there. I'm pretty sure that's a detonator. The plunger detonator has been weathered by the elements and looks very worn, but it might still work. There's only one way to find out. I wonder if I can figure out a faster way to clear this rubble. I now have a plunger detonator, wire, blasting cap, and a stick of dynamite. I wonder if I could rig this up to blast the mine entrance open. Dynamite! Did you ever pee maple syrup? I can't say that I have. Charlotte Umrock craves with the scent of maple syrup. Just a sprinkle on it. Send them to their stickiest graves. Dynamite can seem pretty scary, but unless you're extremely cautious, it's unlikely it would explode on its own. Plastic caps are any sort of dynamite. You have to stick them on right in the end. Not to mention, a charge from a plunger detonator needs to be sent to the cap through a detonator cord. That being said, I wouldn't be all that comfortable walking around with a stick of dynamite in my pocket. Huh, right. Who would do that? Can I place the dynamite? I don't want to ask about it. Ask about trying to dig out this rubble and not break this old shovel in two while I do it. If you can figure out a better way, I'm all ears. Otherwise, come help me dig. What do I give him the dynamite? Stick of dynamite. Looking at it makes you sweat. Here at the stick of dynamite, wondering if it will be powerful enough to clear the rubble. I hope so. You flushed with pride. I clicked through that. I didn't intend to click through all of that. Flushed with pride, realizing your childhood curiosity and your father's job as a dynamiter for construction companies has suddenly become useful. Dad would be proud. All right. Rest in pretty good condition. It should work. Appears to dynamite, wondering if it will be powerful enough to clear the rubble. I hope so. Punch detonator has been weathered from many years outside. The wood is desiccated and splitting, and the screws are rusting. Father's in construction, so I know. Yep. Okay. If I insert a blasting cap into the dynamite, the wire to the blasting cap, and then cut the wire and insert that end into the plunger detonator, that could work. Okay. How do I... Can I combine? Just gonna... how do I type this out? Eat dynamite. Eat dynamite. Throw hands. just for giggles there. Get, take, open, close, search. Throw it in the air like I just don't care. Okay, I want necessary materials to rig up an explosive. Remember how my dad did it. Dynamite won't detonate on its own. It needs a blasting cap inserted into it to help set it off. The blasting cap needs to be attached to a wire of suitable length, the other one which goes into the plunger detonator. And that should do it. Okay. You don't need to open the tin of ice caps. You get one when you need it. Okay. I think use is an option in this game. Other verbs are required. Carefully insert the blasting cap into the dynamite. Okay. Drop dynamite. Okay. Okay, it's the wire directly into the dynamite and it'll explode. Okay. Stick the end of the wire into the blasting cap, which has been inserted into the dynamite. Okay. You cut the wire from the rear before you can insert it into the plunger. I'm all set. I just need to cut the wire from the reel and insert the end of the plunger detonator. You don't have wire cutters right now, so you don't see any here. I wonder where I should get a player wire cutters. I'm so close. Search. What do I got in my inventory here? Google suggest ask. All right. I think I've got everything lined up, but I need wire cutters. Am I going to be like SOL if I don't have... I can't go anywhere, can I? Real wire looks like detonating cord. It's been out here for a long time. I wouldn't be surprised if it's faulty. Probably junk. The wire should be inserted in a blasted cap that would be inserted in a bundle of dynamite. The other end would be cut and inserted into a plunger detonator. Then you push down on the plunger and kaboom! From a safe distance, ideally. Sir trucks. Wire cutters is 2 words. Do you happen to have any wire cutters, Jack? Thank you, Ryan. I do, actually. Perfect. May I borrow those? Sure thing. Here you go, Nancy. Wire cutters. See? But it's 2 words. But you saw in the sentence he just wrote, it was 1 word. I swear I've seen 1 word in here before, so you can't blame me for not putting a space in there. Cut wire. Using wire cutters, you snip the wire from the reel. You insert the wire into the plunger detonator. Explosive is rigged. It's time to set it off. Game is auto-saved. Oh, am I gonna die? Okay. Jack, I'm ready to set the explosive charge. Got it, Nancy. Give me a second. No time to wait. Ready. You carefully place the rigged dynamite close to the rubble. Okay, we're all set. I don't need to be right here. Or would you like to take the plunger? Yeah, I don't want to be right by it. This is probably good. Taking the plunger and place it out of harm's way. Fortunately, the wire is long enough. Okay. Here goes nothing. Kaboom! We're all dead. That was a bit anticlimactic. Well, it was only 1 stick of dynamite after all. Yeah, 1 stick can only do so much. Mannequin our mind looks struck and desolate. When Jack had managed to create a Nancy-sized hole in the rubble. I think I can squeeze through. Jack is here. Can I just... All right, I can fit through this opening. Nancy, this is really dangerous. Let's widen this hole some more so I can go too. Evan's in danger. There's no time to lose. You keep working on the rubble and follow when you can. You be careful, you hear? I will, I promise. Man, Nancy rules. It's a real lady of action. Go watch the bad version. I can reload it. Wait, before you go, it's gonna be dark as night in there. Darker even. Take this lantern. Oh, wow. Okay. Inside the mine, explosive prepped. I saw some message. They already cleared out. I saw Paranmo posted some stuff. All right. Let's see what happens. Here goes. Oh my God. Oh no, Nancy. Oh no. Nancy went for a ride there. Nancy? Oh, I don't want to, because I kind of skipped a bunch of stuff. You know, but she won't remember, so that's the thing. Like she won't remember that I blew her up. She'll forget. I would never do this to real Nancy. Simulated Nancy, though. Let's see how that's worse. Possibly. Like we've all at some point or other simulated another person in our minds and then envisioned horrible things and then not actually gone through with them. So this is really just like, you know, man, I had an intrusive thought about blowing Nancy up. It's a good thing I didn't do that, though. I'm gonna go back to this VOD and delete that section, and then I'll seem legit. I'll seem like, no, I wouldn't do that. That would be some real crazy gaslighting. If I just went and cleared that section out, like, what do you mean? I never blew her up at all. Seems trying to get all the game content. Yeah. I'm just trying to get my money's worth out of this. It's the same reason that I sent Nancy tumbling over the waterfall. It's not because I wanted to have harm done to Nancy, but I did want to see all of the content. This is why I don't have a Nancy Maple in my life, because they see this and they go, oh, I don't know about that guy. Is this guy gonna blow me up? They're like, no, not permanently. It's never decent, man. Always killing everyone in every game. Look, sometimes, you know, sometimes you just gotta blow people up in video games. Just to see what happens. We were all curious. I'm just giving the audience what they want. Blow you away, Baby Jum's new single. With the simulated people, like, it's only real if you just leave it there. Like, if I had turned the game off at that point and just left her in that state, then that would be legit murder. Otherwise, I am just envisioning all of the possible potential future events. But I've used my tremendous powers to go back and alter the events to prevent myself from doing the thing. That's what I tell myself when I need to sleep at night. I'm not the monster. The game is the monster. If the game wants you to do it, if it didn't want you to do it, they would just say no. Reach a new level of narcissism. I'm just saying. I hold the power of life or death for Nancy Maple in my hands. Which, now that I'm saying that doesn't create a very equitable power dynamic, I suppose. So I'll give Nancy a gun, right? That way she also could just destroy me. Would that balance it out? If I gave Nancy like a detonator, and like, I've got dynamite in my pocket, you can push the button at any time. Why are you still? I can't stop. I can't. The only way I know how to dig myself out is just to keep on digging, and hopefully either I'll come out the other side or I'll cave in and bury myself, and everyone will forget I was ever here. Eventually, you're trying to. Eventually, I'll reach like a pocket of methane gas, and that'll fix my wagon. Is that dynamite in your pocket? You're just happy to see me. Why not both? Nancy's just popping up out of that hole like a adorable groundhog. Jack lights the lantern and hands it to you. Got another one, don't you worry. You're not the only one with big pockets. I like this in-game reference to the fact that we're carrying tons of stuff. Also, good for you, Nancy, that you have clothing with pockets. Because I know that's like a big thing. Like a lot of women's clothing do not have pockets. So that's how you know she's a keeper. She probably put those pockets in herself. She's adventurous. She knows she's going to need the pocket space. It's so ass. Yeah, I'm still astounded by that. Like anytime I'm reminded of that, that's like, really? Are pockets that big of a deal? There's no pockets? Why wouldn't there be pockets? I've known a lot of people who have gotten like a lot of women who have like been very excited to get clothes only to try them on and find out that the pockets are like fake pockets. Yeah, they're like clothes with like fake pockets in them, and you're just like, what's the deal with like a lot of jackets have like decorative fake pockets that you can't actually use. Like, why? Why would you do this? My nightgown doesn't. I mean, my night attire is like the opposite of that because, you know, I strip off all the synthetic flesh and return to the charging station at night. I guess there's in the underframe, there's a lot of cavities in there. What's up, Dumb Drum? How you doing? Judge Dumb Drum entering the scene. How you been? Welcome in. All right, let's get into this dank cave here. You squeeze through the small hole in the rubble and enter the mine. Oh, wow! Seeing the lantern's light reflected brilliantly on the thousands of red crystals embedded in the walls, you're suddenly reminded of why you traveled to Crimson in the first place. If the situation wasn't so dire, you'd be dazzled by this cave of natural wonders. Instead, the red gleams like blood is beating on every surface, just waiting to fall. You shiver. Toronto feels like it's 1,000,000 kilometers and 1,000,000 years away. Oh dear, it's so dark in here. I need to figure out which way Nessa and Corvus have taken Mr. Richards. If indeed they came this way at all. Oh, the effects in the garnets. Yeah, that's real nice looking. It's a good simulated like light effect by just having like this solid chunk of area that surrounds you. What is all of this? Careful, Jim could fall. I could fall. Got at mine's interior is much cooler than the outside. The air feels stale and still. You're grateful for the lantern's light, though the warm glow quickly gets swallowed by the darkness. The lantern light illuminates some heavy-duty industrial equipment, a bucket, and a shovel. The floor under the machine is littered with discarded rocks. This is definitely a rock crusher. A jaw crusher, to be exact. Oh, I could put someone in that. Not Nancy, somebody else. I could put somebody in that and mash them up. I would live in this cave. I would just... Uh-oh. Nancy, no! No! That was not intentional. I can already feel the reproachful gaze upon me. Well, my cave doesn't have garnets in it. That's the thing. It's just dank and rocks. Although it is nice. It's nice and secure and closed off. There's one little way in and out. It's just big enough to climb in there and kind of, yeah. There's something just very relaxing about that. If I owned a home, I would probably divide like the floor into like 3 floors that I would have to army crawl through to maximize my space. It would just be nothing but tunnels. I'd probably get shut down. This is a little crush. Well, oh no, I just noticed her little legs poking out. Don't give in to the pressure. Before we go on, find your way. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Damn it. I gotta go refill my beverage here because I need it for my poor ailing throat here. I will return. We'll reload the save. We'll go through. We won't get crushed to death, and we'll find out where we're going. We will continue on the Crimson Diamond. Started a massacre. The means to an end. You betrayed the law. The law. That's a great scene in an otherwise not great movie. Although I do love the robot in that movie. And when all like the failed unfinished clones are like flopping out is pretty good too. There's a lot of neat ideas in that movie and a lot of neat effects work, but like Stallone is like terrible in that movie in my opinion. Yeah, the ABC robot. Yeah. I always thought that was very cool. The newer Dredd is definitely like a better Judge Dredd movie, but I appreciate that the original one kept a lot of like the weirder elements of it. It's kind of like Batman, right? Like Batman and Robin is not great, but it's cool seeing like a really goofy version of like Mr. Freeze and like villains like that. And you get to the Christian Bale Batman movies and they're really good, but like everything is like too realistic and you kind of lose some of the cartoony villainy of stuff. And you wish you could like mash some of them together. I want to see Clayface in a Batman movie. Like a good Clayface. I would love to see like the Mud Pack where they had all the different Clayfaces teaming up. That would be cool too. You need a lot of explanation for that stuff though. Mega Star Force Legacy Collection. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. It's pretty exciting. They're getting like all the Mega Mans out there. All the Mega Mans. All right. I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to go freshen my beverage here. Maybe see if I can find a cough drop or something. And then I will return to navigate Nancy Maple sleuth through. Now only Legends is left. Yeah, I don't know. Legends was available on the virtual count. I don't know if they'll call it a virtual console. Whatever PlayStation had. You can get it for the Vita and the PS3. I don't know if it's available on the newer consoles individually. Maybe you can get it through that. on the PS Network, like PS Plus, possibly. I'm not sure. It would be nice to have those collected. You know what I would love to see, just because I'm a weeb, I would love if they had a collection of Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 where you could switch between the English or Japanese audio. Just because I think that would be neat. I don't think they would do that, though. I think that was an issue for a while with getting those re-released, because contracts involving the voice actors, that complicates things. But I think they worked that out. At least back then. It may not be relevant now, but I would love to see those like return. I still own them. I own both of them on the PlayStation, so I don't need it, but I would love to see more people play those games because they're very good, and maybe it would stir up interest for them to like maybe not do like Mega Man Legends 3, maybe bring something back. Anyway, I'm gonna go before my voice completely gives up here. I will be back in just a few moments. Stay tuned. Bow. I got a cookie. I got myself a cookie. Delicious. Maybe not the best thing for my throat, but I was hungry. It was a, what do you call it? Snickerdoodle? Like the cinnamon cookie. Not an oatmeal raisin. Ran out of those, but I have an absolute mountain of desserts from the service, and I looked at it and thought, well, I can't possibly eat all of this. I think I might possibly eat all of it. So that was like a big platter of carrot cake as well, which was very good. We had carrot cake in a while. All right, so not that way. We have like 3 ways to go here. Not that way either. Oh no. I'm not doing this on purpose. Yes, I know I blew Nancy up once, but like... You slip and fall into the distant, jagged depths of the mind. Oh, Nancy, no! Dang it! I'm never gonna make it out of here. All right. Where am I going? Uh-oh. You aimlessly wander in the mine until the lantern goes out. Wandering aimlessly seldom ends well. Have a game plan first. Some step-by-step directions. Okay. It's dark as night. Darker, actually. The lantern light doesn't extend very far, but the rocks nearest you are absolutely chock full of large red crystals and smaller white ones. Path slopes downwards, covered in dust and loose rocks. Now shoot! Opening crate and enter the mine seems to float in the air like a portal to another world. You can see a good deal of the mining machinery that was left behind years ago, as well as discarded shovel. I think this machine's some sort of crusher. There's a particularly large red crystal embedded in a nearby boulder. Ooh, gorgeous. Can I take the crystal? I'd like to obtain a sample from a suitable source. Try walking closer first. You see a good-sized red crystal embedded in a large boulder just off the path. Even in the deep darkness of the mine, it glitters brightly in your lantern's light. This is here, wondering where all the deaths were. Yep. They're all here in the mines, as you'd expect. The classic mines. It's like a maze. It's like the maze section of the game. Stunning. You chip a particularly lovely crystal sample out of the rock. Crystal sample taken from the mine interior. Let's take a look at that. Crystal sample you took from the mine's interior. Truly spectacular. There are some amazing red and colorless crystal formations. Stunning. While the mine interior sample is packed with many lovely crystals, the most prominent one is large and red. A healthy-sized garnet, most likely. I think it's even gem quality. It's a real pity this mine produced industrial abrasives only. It's too pretty to pulverize. Am I gonna have to pulverize stuff? Well, that's particularly lovely. It is. The blood gives it the shine. Delicious blood garnets. Can I take the shovel? Now that you're inside the mine, there's no need for the shovel. Okay. Too bad. I could have used this when helping Jack clear the rubble outside. I'm gonna look at the shovel. Is there anything like stuck on it? See indications of shovel in the gloom. Okay. crusher. You get a good look at the machinery. It's covered in a thick layer of dust and clearly hasn't been used or even touched in years. Can I just type this? I can. Woohoo! Is your lantern actually a black light? No, but it's how they get this effect with the limited colors that they can display with this like throwback art style, that they just have it like shimmering off of. We're in a garnet mine, so like there's all these gems and crystals embedded in the wall that are reflecting the light back. So that's why it looks like that. None of these pathways were good. You can see some indications of a path leading downward in the darkness, as well as to the east. Which way could they have gone, if they even came this way at all? To be optimistic, I will find Mr. Richards. My path seems to lead down a long, narrow corridor. This doesn't look safe at all. Really hope Corvus and Nessa haven't gone that way. It looks like a tight squeeze. You can see an entranceway framed by wooden beams. I can't see much through here, but it looks even less safe in that area of the mine. More rubble, collapsed beams. Helping create okay. Search rocks. Both of those crushed me with cave-ins. I have to go down there. It looks like a recipe for disaster. If only I could figure out a way to track which way Nessa, Corvus, and Mr. Richards went. There we go. Can you shout? Maybe. The floor of the garnet mine is covered in dust and rock particles. That, plus the lack of wind and weather, has kept dozens of sets of shoe prints looking as fresh as the day they were made. Shoe prints still look very clear, but are covered in dust like everything else. Most of the shoe prints. Many attempts shoe prints cover the floor of the garnet mine, leading in all directions. Most of these were probably made by miners decades ago. What if Nessa and Corvus came this way with Mr. Richards? Aha! Here are some pointy-toed size 14 men's dress shoe prints. An impression is made by a size 8 women's shoes. And size 12 men's boots. I recognize this tread pattern from Mr. Richards' other boots. The 3 sets of shoe prints are the freshest after all. Now I need to track these shoe prints and discover where they went next. Nessa and Corvus weren't interested in the machinery, nor did they take this path descending to the south. They moved further east. Okay. Now we're on the trolley. Fresh shoe prints head east, deeper into the mine. Nothing but dusty miner shoe prints down this southern path. Okay. Shouting inside the mine might announce your presence, so whoever might be there. Okay, well, that's fair enough. Gee, I'm glad I was able to track Nessa and Corvus down this path. I hope I can find Mr. Richards before it's too late. Ah, what was that? Despite the terrifying rumbles and shudders surrounding you, you forge onwards. Game is auto saved. Oh, there they are. Oh, it's a Lyra raid. Welcome, raiders. What he suggested shouting. It was you. Let me get another button there. There we go. Make sure you all follow Lyra. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. How's it going? Thank you for the raid, Lyra. How was the Xenoblade Chronicles? How y'all doing? If you're not familiar, I'm Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics. And tonight we're playing the Crimson Diamond. It's from a few years back. It's been out, but it's like a throwback adventure game. Not point and click, but text-based. It's very good. Welcome back. Thank you, Lyra. Thank you. I missed you too. I missed streaming as well. I missed hanging out with everybody. It's good to be back. Such as it is. I'm glad I'm able to get back to it. I did catch a nasty cold beforehand, so my throat's still a little like ragged. Before I got a little bit of a cough, so that part sucks. But I'm glad I'm good to be back. It's good to be back. I'm glad I'm back. But thank you very much for the raid. Thanks for popping in. Hope your stream went well. Hope you have fun with Xenoblade Chronicles. Is that the first one? Is that the first one? Are you going like, because you played another one, didn't you? Were you playing like the second or third one before? I forget. I see the Xenoblade Chronicles and then my brain does not like attach the number to it, so I don't know which one you have been playing, but I think you played more than one of them by this point. I have not played any of those games yet. I really got to get on that. But I will always remember like the first game. I had a coworker that was playing it when the Switch was relatively new. He had hundreds of hours on a save game, and this was before the Switch had cloud save, so there's no way to back up the save. And he was using a third-party dock that bricked his Switch, and he got it replaced on warranty, but he lost all of his saves. So he lost something like, I think he told me it was like 500 hours in Xenoblade Chronicles that were just gone. And I'm just like, oh no. Oh, I can't even imagine. I will take this cookie and I will eat it. There, look at poor Evan, tied up. They got those like the almonds right there that he's deathly allergic to. They're just gonna shove him in his face if he doesn't sign this will. I bet that's the will right there. I wonder if I missed something by not figuring out how to get the key out of Corvus's pocket, or if there just wasn't a way to do it. I remember reading that there are some things that you can miss in the game, which sometimes I felt like I inadvertently advanced the story when I was still trying to solve some other puzzle and wonder if I missed something. I'll find out someday. Just as you reach this firelit cavern, your lantern goes out. Oh no, the lantern's out of oil. There's no turning back now. Sign your will, Evan. Sign my fake will, you mean? If you're so smart, why didn't you just forge Pa's will? Then he wouldn't have to come up with this dumb scheme. If you were so smart, you'd know that Pa's lawyer is still alive. He'd pop up pretty quick if an actual will from his client came out of nowhere. But this is a perfectly suitable backup plan. It's much easier to forge your will. If you do as you're told, I'll let you die quickly. Oh, geez, lady. Otherwise, you'll starve to death in the dark. And we'll forge your signature anyway. Nancy's onto you. You won't get away with this. I love his confidence in Nancy, which is justly placed. Nancy rules. We'll see about that. It'll be her word against ours. Why didn't she just kidnap the lawyer, then forge his signatures? I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways they could do it, but I also think she hates her brother. So I feel like part of it is like, yes, I could have done all these other things, but I also wanted to kill you and your girlfriend. So it all lined up very neatly for her. That's my take. I have to rescue Mr. Richards. My first order of business is to distract Corvus. It's a pretty good place to conceal myself should Corvus happen to turn his head. If I shout now, ladies, do not raise their voices, unless it's an emergency, of course, or where nobody's listening to them. In those cases, shouting does help. Let's take a look around. What do we got? You've arrived in an open, cavernous area in the mine. The path descends down to a natural platform. It appears that the cave-ins that have been rocking the mine have created some deep chasms. An abundance of rocks of various sizes litter the floor. This rockfall looks fresh too, and there's lots more of it. One doorway to the north is still clear. Doorways to the north and the east are blocked by rocks. This is a very dangerous area. There's a central doorway that leads further back into the mine, as well as a doorway on the right that is completely clogged with rockfall. You see a large boulder even taller than you in the shadows nearby. You also see a table of fire and a wheelbarrow. Can I take a rock? You pick up a plain rock from the floor. Can I throw the rock? You're a good place to do something, but be more specific. You're currently carrying a river rock, a glacial rock, some granite, a boulder sample with a low crystal, a plain rock, and that's it. Your pockets are quite full of all sorts of things. Okay. Throw plain rock. I don't want to throw the cool rocks. You don't think that would be a good idea? Okay. Pretty good place to conceal myself should Corvus turn his head. You throw the plain rock down the passageway. This is the old classic distraction right here. Who's that? Someone coming from the middle passage? I thought I heard something too. I'll take a look. Oh geez. Oh no! Oh my God! We kind of just killed that man. Well, I'm pretty sure he's dead, and I don't know if we're gonna get that key out of his pocket now. It was either him or us. Yeah, I mean, he's a murderer, so like, live by the door, sword, die by the sword, I guess. Corvus, what have you done, you elf? Either Corvus is inaudible behind the pile of rubble, or unable to reply. I didn't expect that to happen. I just wanted to create a distraction. Corvus? Let's see if I can free Mr. Richards while Nessa's preoccupied. 2 against 1 sounds like better odds. Maybe we can turn the tables on her and tell Jack arrives with help. You'd better be digging as hard as I am, Corvus. You always mess things up. Nessa continues to paw ineffectually through the rubble while chastising Corvus. I feel kind of bad for her, even though she's a terrible villain, because I feel like she probably noticed that I had accidentally killed Corvus. Probably. I feel like she's traumatized by that. Like yelling at him, like I think she knows, or at least has an inkling he's been crushed to death. Nancy? What are you doing here? You just don't know when to quit, do you? When I get over there, you'll wish you'd never meddled. Quickly! Quickly! Get him loose! You frantically try to untie Miss Richard's bonds, but you fail! I've got you, dearie! Nessa pulls out a knife from her skirt pocket. Oh no. Uh-oh. Nessa turns menacingly towards her brother. Oh geez. She got us both now. And now to take care of you. Nessa takes a handful of crushed almonds from the table. Oh no! Evan, no! She then stuffs the almonds in Evan's mouth. Oh, jeez. Nessa, no! Good God, she killed him. We didn't sign the will, so, like, that's kind of... Nessa picks up the lantern and gives you one last look. Goodbye, Miss Maple. Enjoy slowly starving to death. You do your best to comfort Mr. Richards, though you don't know if he can hear you. You tell him about how beautiful Crimson is and what it felt like for you to see it for the first time. You keep talking until the wheezing stops. Then you sit and stare into the fire. Eventually, you hear voices and footfalls. Is there a way to not have him get killed? I'm in here! Help! Nancy, is that you, Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch! Nancy! Mr. Richards is dead. Let's get you out of here. Ranger Murdoch takes out a pocket knife and saws through the ropes that are binding you. Thanks. Oh, Corvus is trapped behind that rubble in the middle passageway. We should probably get him out. Working together, eventually will clear the rubble and free Corvus. I may reload that save. I don't know if there's an alternate pathway here, if there's a way I could get him clear without getting him murdered. Because I would prefer him not to be dead. Working together, eventually clear the rubble and free Corvus. He's a bit worse for wear, but has only minor injuries. Okay, so we didn't kill him. Ranger Murdoch cuffs Corvus just in case. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. Goodbye. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The automobile is parked out in the hill, and there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How'd everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick, actually. I'm not actually a forest ranger. I'm a member of Northwest Mounted Police. We've been on the trail of a German spy and saboteur who's rumored to be in this area. We believe he was responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson. Carl L. A man known to us as Carl Leffler. You revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tipped us off to what his next target would be. The Sioux Locks. Right again. As you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives directed by the German Foreign Office have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railways, bridges, and canals. We strongly suspect that Carl L., a man we know as Carl Leffler, is one of these operatives. He has been apprehended at the Sioux Locks while setting explosive charges. And thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee! Let's go. Yeah, World War I. Yeah. I want to... We'll see where this goes, but I really want to go back and try see if there's something else we could do. Chapter 7, Conclusions. I kind of suspect that there isn't, but I just don't... I would like to not have him dead, I guess. Maybe there's just no getting around it. The train station is a flurry of activity. Rangers are milling all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. Inside, you can hear the nonstop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. You can do other things there. All right, so I will load that back up. That's death. Death to the story. Sometimes it's just unavoidable, but I would like to at least try. I just couldn't think of anything. I tried untying him, so we'll mark that off. Maybe I can get to him without her noticing. Train station is a flurry of activity. Yep, the ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod. Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to alert authorities in Sault Ste. I don't really know how to pronounce that. Sault Ste. Marie. Okay. Sault Ste. Marie about the impending sabotage attempt on the Sioux Locks. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps, not to mention a 9mm Luger in the glove box. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, Carl Leffler, aka Albert Respa, German spy and saboteur. I would have loved to have seen the look on his face. All in all, some mighty fine work, Ranger Murdoch. A crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take credit for it, Nancy Maple here is the one you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it out. All I did was pass along the information. Well then, my thanks to you, Nancy Maple. You're a Canadian hero. And a real human being. Thanks. Though I'll warn you now, you might have to be an unsung hero at that. Oh, I don't mind at all, as long as things worked out for the best. They did, Nancy. Truly. Thank you for your service. Now, what have you got here? We've just come from the old abandoned garnet mine. These folks were trying to rescue Mr. Evan Richards, who'd been kidnapped earlier this evening. A real human being. And a real hero. These folks were trying to rescue Mr. Evan Richards, who'd been kidnapped earlier this evening. Unfortunately, Mr. Richards was killed and the perpetrator, Nessa Crab, escaped. But we do have her accomplice, Mr. Corvus Shaw. They're also suspected of the murder of a young woman. I had nothing to do with that. We'll see what that investigation reveals, Mr. Shaw. We're aggressively pursuing this fugitive. The charges against her are very serious. We'll use every resource at our disposal. Roger. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. I'm heading back to Toronto now. I need to meet with some higher-ups immediately. The Northwest Mounted Police has commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told you call Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me? I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more traveling tonight, and I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet. Suit yourself. I'll need to take your statement for the report, but that can wait a day or two. Thank you. I'll need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order. Of course, there's going to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. I'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Do send word when you'll be returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station and escort you straight to the police station. Will do. Thanks, Ranger Murdoch. Nathan drives you and Jack back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago. And your arrival in Crimson feels like it happened months ago. And it feels like years ago when you spoke to your boss, Professor Plummer. Ah, my boss! My fieldwork! What am I going to tell him? Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Nancy, you awake? We're back. Once Jack has roused you from your deep slumber, you make your way upstairs as quietly as possible, lest you wake Kimmy. My goodness, what a night. I've never been so exhausted. Climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep. But as your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet, you realize there are a few things you may want to bring up with the other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning. But I make some new notes on fresh paper to remind myself. Or I could just decide to go to sleep if I wish. Game has autosaved. Did Margot have an accomplice in the ruby brooch theft? Yes. Yes, I suspect someone helped Margot hide the ruby brooch effectively. Who was the accomplice ruby brooch with? It was Jack. I'm certain of that. Jack admitted to helping Margot hide the brooch. His fingerprint was on it clear as day. I found the brooch in Margot's walk-in closet, pinned under a hat. After Nessa and Corvus had already thoroughly searched there, including the hats. Margot was already dead by then. Jack hid the brooch there after Nessa and Corvus were finished searching that room. He admitted as much to me when I confronted him about finding his fingerprint on the brooch. Now, about that curio cabinet. Who stole the pair of antique silver steins? Oh! Well, that was Margot, wasn't it? Now a chance to kill Kimmy and blame it on Nessa. No, why would I do that? That was Margot. Didn't Margot say that she did that because she didn't want Nessa to take them? She was trying to hide them to keep Nessa from just pawning everything. Margot's fingerprint was the only one I lifted from the smashed curio cabinet. Plus, she admitted to taking the antique silver wedding steins. That's all pretty clear cut. But she mentioned having help. Who helped with the steins? It's got to be Jack. I mean, Jack's the one who's helping with all this stuff, right? I'm not sure I got that right, but that's my best guess. Who was the imposter at Crimson Lodge, Albert? That explains why he was examining that glacial erratic. He had no idea that it wouldn't be a good indicator of the geology in the area. What was Kimmy's true goal? Oh, I don't know. I mean, she came to see birds, right? But she had Sulaks circled. I think she just wanted to visit the Sulaks, didn't she? She wanted to see birds. That doesn't make much sense. Maybe I should try that again. What was Kimmy's true goal? See birds? Oh, jeez. No, I wanted to go back. The nesting cameras. Yeah. Were Evan Richards and Nathan Cardinal friends or enemies? Well, they were friends, weren't they? Conversation in the conservatory indicates that they are similarly aligned when it comes to the fate of the lodge and lands. They also met up in the study after that first dinner. It was hard to tell if they were friendly then. But I did see them shake hands. They respected each other. And Nathan helped me and Jack try to rescue Mr. Richards tonight. He risked losing his Indian status by revealing himself to Ranger Murdoch after having snuck off the reservation. He's a true friend. Mr. Richards was lucky to have him. Or Jack and Nathan trying to conceal. I don't know what they were trying to conceal. I mean, I thought they were trying to conceal like diamonds or any other valuable stones because they didn't want the government to come in and like rip up all the land and like destroy it again because they'd already like ripped up a lot of it for the mines. Their undying forbidden love. That could also be true. It is possible after all, but so far that is only a hunch based on the samples I've gathered. I'll need to verify my hypothesis when I get back to the museum. Where did Jack conceal the suspected diamonds? I don't know. I don't remember. Hey, Judd, welcome in. How you doing? I don't know where. We never found anything with the diamonds, did we? Right? Am I forgetting? I don't think we ever found any diamonds in his prison wallet. I can't type that. I don't know, the only thing I couldn't ever open was that metal box. Unless he hid it in the salt. No, I just remembered like something up with the salt and I wanted to search that. In the salt. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I may have a theory about that, but no proof. Are Margot and Jack having an affair? I don't think so. I'm quite sure Margot and Jack were just friends. He explained the meaning of their secretive boudoir meeting. He was helping her inject her medicine. Jack was a good friend of Margot and nothing more. He told me so, and I believe him. What's more, the evidence I found backs him up. I found his fingerprints in Margot's medicine kit. What item suggests Nessa came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm Evan? The almonds, right? Mr. Richards was allergic to almonds, and Nessa knew that. She brought those Jordan almonds with her and filled that cut crystal bowl in the parlor, overt as you please. Nessa wasn't just being a rude guest. She was a bully. And that's how she killed her brother, poor Mr. Richards. You're exhausted and decide to sleep instead of pondering these questions. I think there was a question I didn't see because I was trying to answer one that I'd already gotten wrong. Wake up the next morning feeling refreshed and ravenous. As you make your way down the upstairs hallway, you begin to smell the inviting aromas and coffee and bacon. When you enter the kitchen and find the other inhabitants gathered around the table, digging into a hearty breakfast, you join in. Morning light is streaming through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light. Jack, you've already admitted to helping Margot hide Nessa's ruby brooch. Sure did. You said before that you and Margot planned to sell the brooch to help pay for the lodge's upkeep. Yeah, she was trying to lay claim to the whole place, but she never lifted a finger to take care of it, nor sent a dime. You also said because of the state of things, you didn't see the point of executing that plan. But I think you should. Here. You hand the ruby brooch over to Jack. Thanks, Nancy. I will. You mentioned that Nessa had it out for Margot, and this was Margot's way of getting back at her. Yeah, but I figured it was because Nessa was afraid Mr. Richards would bequeath the lodge and lands to Margot instead. I was afraid of that too for a little bit. But once I learned how much Margot loved it here too, just as it is, I worried less. But when that fisherman found that diamond, things got more complicated. Evan had a long history of giving in to his sister just so she'd leave him alone. When Nessa got here, she recognized Margot from some old wanted posters and tried to use that to drive Margot away. Margot was a wanted criminal for things she'd done back when she lived in Skagway during the Klondike Gold Rush. Nessa threatened to tell Evan all about it, but Evan already knew. He and Margot kept no secrets from each other. Me and Jack knew too. Margot was very forthcoming. She'd made a peaceful life for herself here, away from the long arm of the law. We were all very protective of her. But it seems we didn't protect her well enough. No, we didn't. Her secrets, you mean like in her boudoir on the first night you arrived? Yes, I know we've already discussed that. You said the two of you were just friends, and I believe you. Margot knew Nessa and Corvus would rummage through her things. Her vanity has a lock, but she suspected that it wasn't secure, in fact. She suspected it had been tampered with already. I kept the brooch in my pocket for a bit, but when we were fixing to head to the garnet mine, I didn't want to bring it with me. So I nipped upstairs to her giant closet and pinned it to the underside of one of her hats, up on one of those mannequin heads. I figured should Nessa and Corvus return to the lodge, the last place they'd look is somewhere they had already searched. Kimmy, I'm sorry that your birding trip was full of so much drama and tension, but I'm very glad I got to meet you. Thanks so much, Nancy. That's very kind of you. Yes, this is one of the strangest trips I've ever taken. So much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. Crimson is a beautiful place. Margot was very kind. Jack and Nathan really helped me feel at home here despite everything. I liked Mr. Richards too. He was the quiet type, like me. Sometimes he will take that the wrong way. I didn't, not with him. And he loved Crimson. I can see why. And Nancy, I'm very glad I got to meet you too. You're one of a kind, brave and clever. No matter what happens, I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Thank you, that means a lot to me. I'll try my best. Nathan, I have to know. Yes? I have to know. Are there diamonds here in Crimson? Nathan and Jack exchanged meaningful looks. I think you and Jack were picking alluvial diamonds out of the riverbank when I saw the two of you last night. I collected a sample from that area. Nancy, there are diamonds in Crimson. We have to check the riverbanks regularly for phones that come down the river. Over time, we've managed to extract most of the gems that are in the ground, but soil erosion also reveals them. Every so often, we've got to go looking for more that have appeared. They're easiest to see by moonlight. Evan used to help us. In fact, he used to do it all by himself. Fortunately for us, not many people were around. It was a difficult secret to keep even then. Yeah, until that fish swallowed that whopper of a diamond, and that lucky duck fisherman caught it. Nothing but trouble that was. My goodness, I see. Nancy, we know that your field work is very important to you. and we certainly can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. We can only ask you to think about what that news could mean for Crimson. We like it how it is now. I do too. And so did Margot and Mr. Richards. What'll happen now? That'll partially depend on you, Nancy. Yeah, we can't go back and reveal that there's diamonds because they're just going to come and rip it all up. So they were finding and concealing diamonds. But I don't know where I would have found the diamonds. Unless they're in that metal box I could never figure out how to open. You all pile into Nathan's automobile. You're touched that Kimmy will make the long, arduous trip to see you off. I wonder what Kimmy's deal was. I tried talking to her and I never really got any information out of her about the map. She just seemed like she was here sightseeing, but maybe she had some ulterior motives. Blackmail them. You're gonna send me all the maple syrup you've got. You all pile into Nathan's automobile. You're touched that Kimmy will make the long, arduous trip to see you off. As the automobile trundles away from the lodge, you crane your neck and take one last look. I'm really going to miss this place, in spite of everything. You turn and face forward. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only coherent thought you manage to have is, what will you tell your boss? And what could that mean for your future? Thank goodness the bridge has been repaired enough to allow trains to cross it again. Repaired enough? That doesn't fill me with confidence. You are traveling light, Nancy. I wouldn't be too concerned. Yeah, those trains aren't light. Those trains don't weigh a pound, man. Okay, Nancy, the train's gonna leave soon. Be well. Oh, but what about you, Kimmy? I've talked it over with Jack and Nathan. I think I'll stay on for a bit. It's been so tense here. I want to relax, enjoy the birds, and the fall migration is starting in a few weeks, and the leaves will be changing color. I promised Jack that I'll help with the lodge chores. I'll earn my keep. Where did Jack conceal the suspected diamonds? Smokehouse. That was my thought in the smokehouse. And I thought it was in the salt, but I don't think I can answer that because I never actually found them. That's wonderful news. I wish I could stay longer too, but I've got to get back to my job in the city. Good luck, Nancy. I'm going to miss you. I miss you too, Kimmy. Be well. Goodbye, Nancy. Yeah, bye, Nancy. Now go on. The train's not going to wait forever. Right. And it was guilty. So, Nessa killed Richard, her brother, and Corvus was part of it. They also poisoned Margot. And Albert was actually a German spy that was trying to sabotage the area since Canada had declared war on Germany prior to, leading into World War I. The Mounties caught Albert, aka Karl, was it Lufner? They caught him. Nessa got away. She's in the wind somewhere. I'm going to go back and reload the save because I want to see if there's any way I can prevent Richard from getting killed and change the outcome of that story. I don't know if I can, but I'm going to try some other stuff. You stare out of the train window. It's a clear, cool morning. As crisp and refreshing as it is this far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down by Toronto. Your mind is buzzing with all that has transpired over the last few days. It feels like you're returning home from a long voyage. You can't help but wonder, did you miss anything? Did you leave any loose ends? I think I did. Would you like to be privy to some helpful introspective thoughts? Yes or no? You ponder the thoughts you had the previous night before bed. What could have happened to the Silver Steins? Maybe if I asked around after Margot's death, folks would feel less protective of her, more talkative. Albert was an imposter, no question about it. He was definitely not an expert mineralogist. The glacier erratic boulder was not mineralogically relevant to this region. He had no idea. Was there another detail that I missed that would support my theory that he wasn't a well-read mineralogist? Albert's actions certainly didn't help his mineralogist charade. What about his words? Is there any written proof that he wasn't an expert mineralogist? I'm pretty sure that Nathan was Mr. Richards' friend, but did I miss any important details of his actions? Jack and Nathan were doing something on the riverbank by the bridge. Perhaps if I approached that situation from a different direction, I would have heard their conversation. Yeah, I remember that when I walked in there and they're like, oh, well, we better be going. I was like, oh, damn it. Maybe if I'd come in. And I think it even said then if I'd come in a different way. I wish I had saved more frequently and just redone some of that stuff. What about that time Jack and Nathan met up in the carriage house? Could there have been a way to listen to them discuss things? Could I have hidden somewhere? What if Nathan was trying to preserve and protect the lodge and lands? He might have sought out Albert's help. I should have kept my eyes and ears open for that circumstance. Jack and Nathan were trying to conceal something. Do I have any promising theories about that? I was able to listen to the conversation by the bridge. Maybe I would have learned more. I have a feeling Corvus' satchel contains important information that I've overlooked. Yes, I couldn't figure out how to get the key out of his pocket. The area between the jetty and the smokehouse probably could have used further scrutiny. Nessa's ruby brooch might have been helpful for me to scratch test my samples. Seeing as rubies have a Mohs hardness of 9, and my samples are likely garnets with a Mohs hardness of 6.5 to 7.5, Nessa's brooch would be unharmed. Unless some of my samples are diamonds, of course. I didn't solve the mystery of the missing silver wedding signs. I do know Margot took them. She admitted as much. But I don't know where the signs are now. Maybe I should have made some inquiries. Particularly after Margot's death, when perhaps people would no longer feel the need to protect her. I can't think of much else, actually. You turn your attention towards your impending interview with Ranger Murdoch. You feel like you investigated Margot's murder to the best of your ability. After a good deal of mulling over, you conclude, actually, I'm satisfied with all I've done. I am, thank goodness. Having reassured yourself, you fall quickly into a deep, dreamless sleep. You don't awaken until the train pulls into Union Station. I'm going to go back like a little ways because I am really curious about a lot of stuff that was going on there. Ranger Murdoch meets you at Union Station as arranged. Ranger Murdoch! Hello, Nancy. It's good to see you again. Would you like me to drive you home to rest? No, thanks. I'm eager to have my interview. Let's go. Right. Follow me. Oh, this guy better not be thinking about putting the moves on Nancy. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. And I don't exist in this time frame, so like she would probably not still be around now anyway, so I guess I just need to move on. You look over at the wanted posters in the bulletin and see a familiar face. The face has familiar features, but the expression gives you pause. It's unmistakably Margot, but she looks scared and angry, and the name is different too. The Margot you knew was at peace, kind and caring. You feel fortunate to have met her when you did. Nancy needs a ranger, not a mechanical man. No, Flash. There's lots of benefits to cyborgs. I can't think of any, but I'm sure they're there. The poster lists her offenses as assault, theft, racketeering, public nuisance. Nancy? Sorry, just lost in thought. Ah yes, that person has been on the most wanted list for a few years now. Skagway was a near lawless place. Sometimes who the criminals were was a matter of public opinion. And sometimes if you didn't make friends with the right people, you could get stuck with all sorts of trumped up charges. Does she look familiar to you? No, I don't recognize her. Very well, let's begin. Suddenly, your boss, Professor Plummer, appears in the doorway. Nancy, there you are. Welcome back. I'd heard the train had come in. Sir, we're in the middle of a confidential interview. My apologies, I won't be a moment. Nancy, what did you find? Are there diamonds in crimson? I must know. Yes or no? No. No, I'm going to not hand this over because they'll just destroy Crimson. I'm afraid I didn't find anything significant, Professor. Even though, like, it'll probably hurt her career. But, like, Nancy wouldn't want to destroy that place just to further her own interests. I managed to obtain some good samples, though. And I think I'll still be able to produce a good report for my fieldwork. It just won't be very exciting. Ah, I'm sorry to hear it, Nancy. As for exciting, most research isn't. Don't worry too much about that. Come see me when you're ready, and I'll help you with your report. Thanks so much, Professor Plummer. Nathan and Jack are right, they'd strip mine at Barrett. Yeah, especially like going into the war, like diamonds are like industrial diamonds, you know, they would use them for Well, for a lot of things, a lot of industrial uses. So during wartime, they would absolutely just like take that land and strip it bare. And possibly that wouldn't help the wartime effort so much, but like, I think they can get by. Take care, Nancy. See you soon. Whoop, man. He's kind of frightening how quickly he zipped through there. He must have been riding like must have been roller skates or greased his shoes or something. Okay, now let's really begin. Any information you can provide will be kept strictly confidential, of course. Thank you, I appreciate it. Nessa Crab is wanted in connection with Evan Richards' kidnapping and murder, Margot's murder and attempted fraud. After examining the area, we believe Mr. Richards was assaulted at the jetty near the lodge. Do you have any evidence connecting Nessa to the scene at the jetty? Yes or no? I think so. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss them separately. One-word answers will suffice. Shoe prints? We had shoe prints. Actually, I only found Corvus' size 14 shoe prints on the jetty. Nessa didn't appear to step on the spilled whiskey. We had something, didn't we? Can I see the inventory? There were fingerprints. I think didn't we have a fingerprint on a bottle? Like a broken piece of glass or something like that? That was the thing I got from that. It was a glass. Hair? Not sure if that's relevant in this instance. Do you have anything else to show me that could connect us to the possible crime scene you found on the jetty? I want to say yes. Found Nessa's fingerprint on a shattered crystal decanter at the jetty. There we go. There we go. So you just posted. I just saw that, Ryan. Thank you. Yeah, I remembered that there was a fingerprint, but I saw the hair in my inventory and thought I'd try that too. It was made of thick glass. It wouldn't have broken from being tipped over or dropped from carrying height. I think Nessa had a confrontation with Evan on the jetty, during which she forcefully threw the decanter down, causing it to break. Well done, Nancy. Our investigators found that broken decanter and came to a similar conclusion. Did you find anything in the area besides the jetty that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping? Yes or no? Yes, I do. This must be the hair. That's what I'm thinking. What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss them separately. I recovered these hairs from the woods north of the jetty. I'm pretty confident they belong to Nessa. You hand the long gray-brown hairs over to Ranger Murdoch. Wow, our investigators didn't find any hairs. I'll send someone over to take another look. The bulbs of these hairs are intact. That means they need to be ripped from the scalp with some force. That definitely implies she was part of a struggle in that area. I'm going to have to keep these hairs, Nancy. No, my hairs! How will I form voodoo dolls? Of course. Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty? Yes or no? I mean, I just want to say yes. Was the connection to Evan, right? I mean, there were shoe prints around elsewhere. I think the rest of the stuff was all the poisoning. But I found her shoe prints elsewhere. I tracked Nessa's shoe prints into the smokehouse. Soon the cap kind of gives us that Mega Man FPS we never knew we needed. I don't know how well that would fly. I have seen like people have made like basically like Doom with Mega Man, which was pretty interesting. A game where we see things from Mega Man's POV. It's like a Legends first person, like Metroid Prime, but for Mega Man. Track Nessa's shoe prints into the smokehouse. I think that's where she and Corvus temporarily detained Evan until they were ready to take him to the Garnet Mine. Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty? Yes or no? I don't know what else connects to that. Because everything else was, well, we lost the button because I mistakenly foolishly gave it back. That's part of the poisoning. What was the map? The map is slightly charred and damp, still mostly intact. That was Albert's deal. Or Kimmy, I think, burned the map. Circle location on the map, it's the Sulaks. Why would Albert be upset with the map by the Sulaks? Yeah, that was Albert. There's one more answer. I don't know what else there would be. There's fingerprints around. I think we found almonds. I don't know if that would put it out there. Yes. Discovered Nessa's fingerprints on a Jordan almond fragment in the smokehouse, right on the candied shell. That's fantastic, Nancy. Our rangers saw those Jordan almond fragments and noted them down, but they clearly didn't look closely enough at them. I told the team to take a second look. Terrific! I think that's all the information I have about Nessa and the areas around the jetty. Okay, let's move on. We believe Mr. Richards was being held in the lodge's smokehouse before being moved to the garnet mine. Did you find any evidence to support our theory regarding this unlawful encampment, yes or no? We found there was blood in there, wasn't there? What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss them separately. I'm not sure if that's relevant in this instance. If there's anything inventory-wise. I don't know if we found anything there. I mean, there was the button, but that doesn't really relate to him. No, it wasn't blood. It was jam. It was jam from the cookie. Well, I don't think I have it. Actually, I don't know if I have anything. Because we theorized he was in there, that he was dragged in there. We found jam from the cookie that was there. He drew something, didn't he? He drew like a symbol with the jam. And that's how we went to the mine, but the confinement, I mean, it'll be like rope or something, because I don't think I have anything on me. I don't think I actually have evidence there. Was there rope there? I didn't take the rope. From rope fibers on the floor. Okay. I'm struggling to remember, because if it's not in my inventory, it's like, I think I saw something. Does it count if I don't have it? I found rope fibers on the floor of the smokehouse. I believe he was tied up and then taken away later. We think so too. We found those same rope fibers. All the evidence we can gather will help us build a case against Nessa. How did you figure out that Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mine? If you're not sure, you can just type no or pass. Yeah, that was the jam. Mr. Richards had used the jam from Jack's thumbprint cookies to draw a hidden symbol. The symbol was a red circle surrounded by a round red border. Red? It was raspberry jam. I tasted it. You probably shouldn't admit that. Tasted it? Yes, it was delicious. The symbol even resembled the thumbprint cookies, which I learned are called Hellengrata in Swedish. Hellengrata means raspberry cave in English. And a raspberry cave could be a garnet mine? Exactly. Mr. Richards was talking about the garnet mines at dinner on the night I arrived in Crimson. He said they've been deserted for years. It was the perfect place for them to hide him. We were able to recover Mr. Richards' body from the mine. The autopsy revealed his airway was swollen and inflamed. Nessa claims his death was accidental, that he choked to death on the Jordan almonds she was trying to feed him. Do you have any knowledge that might contradict her claims? Yes or no? Yes. Interesting. What did you learn? One word answers will suffice. Allergic? Mr. Richards was allergic to almonds and had been since childhood. It was common knowledge. Nessa brought Jordan almonds with her when she returned to the lodge. I found shattered pieces of Jordan almonds in the smokehouse where I believe Mr. Richards was briefly held. I managed to recover one of Nessa's fingerprints from the remnants of one of the shiny candy shells. Stellar work, Nancy. Our investigative team didn't find that. What's more, there were more Jordan almond pieces in the cavern where Nessa brought him. There's no doubt in my mind that Nessa brought the Jordan almonds to the lodge, knowing full well how dangerous they were to Mr. Richards. Maybe at first she only planned to intimidate him with them, but in the end, she killed him with them. Let's move on to Corvus Shaw's role in Mr. Richards' kidnapping and murder. Do you have any evidence that could connect Corvus to these crimes? Yes or no? Oh, well, no, because I gave that damn button back. I'm just going to say yes. I'm going to lie. I don't have anything like that to show Mr. Ranger. I need to stick to the facts. Sorry, I was mistaken. It's kind of Nancy. I'm asking a lot of difficult questions. I think that's all information I have about connecting Corvus to the crimes against Mr. Richards. Okay, let's move on. What about any lesser crimes? We suspect Corvus was brought to the lodge by Nessa to commit fraud. Do you know anything that would help us build that case? Yes or no? No, it's probably in the case. I mean, I got all the fingerprints, but like, we never did get into his satchel. So I just have like the poison. But that's probably unrelated to this. I think I was build a case Corvus considered potential fraud, yes or no? I'm just gonna say no, because I didn't find it. When Carl Leffler, aka our expert, what can you tell me about him? Rangers apprehended him in the middle of a sabotage attempt on the Sioux Locks, so that's an open and shut case. But we suspect this man is involved in other illegal acts. Do you think you can attribute other criminal activities to him, yes or no? No, I don't think so. Fake will was an answer. Yeah, but I didn't have it because I think I needed to get the key to his satchel would have gotten me like a fake will, and I could have used that. I don't know what we've got the cigar, but I don't think this ties anything. I'm not sure if that's relevant in this instance. I don't think I can. I don't think I have anything else that ties him to that. Well, I have the detonator caps, but that's kind of the same thing in the map. The telegraph. No. I just put tape. No, not relevant. But this is all like the other stuff. Carl sabotaged the train bridge. Okay, so that was useful. On the same strip of telegraph tape that revealed Albert's real name and the next target for sabotage, it said, "Well done in crimson." I found a stick of dynamite under his bed. I think it rolled there when he was packing to hurriedly leave the lodge. On the way to the lodge on that first night in Crimson, Jack commented on how heavy Carl's set of luggage was. I bet most of Carl's luggage was dedicated to hauling explosives equipment, dynamite, and blasting caps. In fact, I found a tin of blasting caps that Carl left in the lodge, as well as a bullet. He was definitely up to no good. Outstanding. Very well done. Gee, thanks. Carl's fingerprints is on the tin of blasting caps. He definitely handled them. Excellent work, Nancy. May I have the tin? It's very compelling evidence. Of course, here you go. You hand the tin of blasting caps over to Ranger Murdoch. Carl knew to store the dynamite separately from the blasting caps. He probably had training with explosives, or at least some prior knowledge. And I'm almost certain that if Rangers search for the immediate area around the bridge, they will find discarded luggage, possibly part of the same set with explosives residue. It was very helpful information. We originally suspected Leffler of the bridge sabotage, but I hadn't thought to search for luggage that matches the set he was carrying when you arrested him at the Sioux Locks. That would be a very compelling connection to make, should we find such an item. Speaking of items, do you happen to have this telegraph tape? I do. Here you go. Give the telegraph tape to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks, Nancy. Do you have the bullet you discovered? Absolutely. Here it is. You hand the bullet to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks, Nancy. If you have something else you'd like to tell me about Leffler, just say so. Or say no, I'll ask about anything else. I don't think I have anything else. Okay, moving on. Finally, Margot's death. Margot's murder. It does appear to be the case. We are looking into it. Do you have any evidence you'd like to give me that could help us make a case for Margot's murder? Yes. Glad to hear it. Please show me one item at a time. When you're done, just say so. Hair. I took the sample of Margot's hair after she died. I'd read that hair analysis can sometimes help determine cause of death. Yes, indeed. I can't make any promises, but this could help us with our investigation. You hand the lock of hair over to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks. Do you have anything else to show me? Flypaper. I found this empty box of flypaper in the garden shed. After reading the tiny warning label, I discovered that flypaper contains arsenic. Arsenic, not cyanide. Jack maintains a supply of flypaper at the lodge, but this is the only box that was in the shed. And this box looks crisp and new, but empty. I suspect Nessa was stealing flypaper and extracting arsenic from it. An interesting theory, Nancy. May I take this box into evidence? Of course. This empty box. Do you have anything else to show? I do have the glass with the arsenic. The jar you retrieved from the raging river, so we'll say the jar. Thinking of the other brand of flypaper, the Jumington Dynamics brand. No, we went for more direct approaches to our pest control, but cyanide does work pretty well, and it's delicious. I recovered this jam jar from the river by Crimson Lodge. I think it's a key piece of evidence against Nessa regarding Margot's poisoning. Hand the jam jar over to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks, Nancy. What can you tell me about it? There's a powdery white residue inside, along with a bit of flypaper. I'd be very interested to learn what the residue is, though I wouldn't be surprised if it's arsenic. Really? Yes, the box for the flypaper strip warns that they contain arsenic. Pretty dangerous stuff. We'll find out one way or another. Thanks, Nancy. I found a fingerprint on the outside of the jam jar. It's Nessa's fingerprint. This could go a long way towards connecting Nessa to Margot's death, and very possibly to ruling the death of poisoning. Excellent work. What's more, I overheard Nessa having a conversation with Corvus in the apple orchard. She admitted to soaking flypaper in glass jars to obtain poison, storing it in a flask, and tossing the jars over the waterfall. It's pretty incriminating, especially if the evidence can back up your story. Hopefully, Mrs. Crabbe will still have the flask in her possession when we apprehend her. It would really help build a case against Nessa. Thanks. Do you have anything else to show me? I don't think so. So just rocks, fingerprints, coffee cup. That map is unrelated. No, those aren't for the ranger. I'm afraid not. Okay, moving on. I think that does it, actually. Thanks for your time, Nancy. You head home after completing an interview with Ranger Murdoch and immediately set to work on your field report of Crimson. You write at length about the samples you've obtained and the observations you've made, though you do leave out a few details, such as that there are diamonds in Crimson. Professor Plummer proves to be an enthusiastic and patient mentor, despite his mild disappointment at the unremarkable findings. You impress him with your attention to detail and hard work. Together, you produce an impeccable field report that is published by the Royal Canadian Museum, eventually endorsed by the Geological Survey of Canada. Your first publication, Nancy, a real feather in your cap. Hello, Zeke. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Welcome in. We're just wrapping up the game, but I am gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and reload a save and try some other things. We're gonna look for some more clues to see if we can squeeze a little bit more story out of this and possibly prevent a murder, but I kind of doubt it. But there's some stuff I think I missed that I may still be able to find. Weeks pass. Soon you're immersed in your regular life. You become an expert in the filing system and even suggest some ways to improve it. You find yourself missing the fresh air, the roaring waterfalls, and rushing rivers of crimson. You wonder if you ever hear about how things are going up there. Until one day, the Roblox controversy. I'm not familiar with Roblox controversy. Like nothing specific, just like generalized stuff. There you are, Nancy. Was that a cat? There's a cat down there. There's a cat down there hanging out. I thought today's newspaper might be of interest to you. You start reading the newspaper. Crimes of the North. Wanted. $3,000 reward. The largest article is about Nessa Crabb. She's considered a fugitive and wanted in connection with Margot's murder, her brother's murder and kidnapping, assault, and attempted fraud. The article mentions that Nessa's alleged accomplice, Corvus Shaw, is being charged for his role in Margot's and Evan's murders, Evan's kidnapping, assault, and attempted fraud. You're relieved to see no mention of Crimson anywhere, not even in the smallest news items. You figure no news is good news. There's no mention at all about Albert Carl's attempted sabotage at the Sioux Locks, only that there will be minor delays due to routine maintenance. They probably want to make sure there aren't any more explosive devices in and around the locks. Had Albert succeeded? You shudder to think of it. You skim the rest of the newspaper, but nothing else catches your eye. That's a relief, I suppose. Too bad about the whole diamond fiasco, eh, Nancy? But we both knew it was a long shot. Good work today, kiddo. See you tomorrow, bright and early. Yes, sir. You start the long walk home. You're relieved that Crimson won't become an open pit mine and that Kimmy and her cormorants are safe and happy. Is this our home? Or are we living in an apartment above someplace? Hi, Nancy. Another late night, eh? I've got a bit of stew saved for you. Kept it nice and warm on the stove. Thanks, Mrs. Williams. I'm starving. Go on in, lass. I'll serve it up. I'll be down in a bit. Okay, lass, take your time. Mrs. Williams ladles a hearty bowl of stew and slices a bit of bread for you. The food is delicious and warms you to the bone. She sits with you and the two of you chat about the goings-on in the neighborhood. You're grateful she rents your room so cheaply. Museum clerks don't get paid very much. Once your belly is full and Mrs. Williams has washed the bowl, she waves you away from this menial task. You step lightly upstairs lest you wake the other lodgers. You fall asleep as your head hits the pillow. You're exhausted, and tomorrow will be another exhausting day. But every exhausting day is another step closer to making your dreams come true. Well done, Nancy. You did a good job with sussing out the motives and actions of the other guests, but you missed the mark on a few things. You scored 12 points out of 24 during your pre-departure ponderings. Oh, Jesus! You performed satisfactorily during your interview with the Ranger, but you could have been more helpful. You scored 11 points out of 19 during your interview with Ranger Murdoch. You did pretty well in your investigation reporting of Margot's death. You scored 6 points out of 8 for your Margot investigation. Oh, what did I miss? Carl Leffler, aka Albert Brespa, was tried and found guilty of sabotage of the railway bridge, attempted sabotage of the Sioux Locks, espionage, fraud, theft, and a litany of minor charges. He was incarcerated at Kingston Penitentiary until his death 12 years later of a heart attack. The Sioux Locks were patrolled by the Northwest Mounted Police for the duration of the Great War, and no other sabotage attempts were made. Thanks to this vigilance, Canadian supply lines along the Great Lake waterways remained uninterrupted. This played an important part in Commonwealth war efforts and crucially contributed to the Allied victory. Corvus Shaw was found guilty of being an accomplice in Evan's kidnapping and murder. He was disbarred and served 8 years in a medium security prison. Upon release, he dedicated himself to community service. You issued recovered evidence for the authorities to charge him with forgery and attempted fraud, but you're glad he had to face the consequences of the other crimes. Margot was laid to rest alongside Evan and his parents in Crimson's lushly overgrown cemetery in an informal service attended by Jack, Nathan, and Kimmy. You wish you'd been able to make Nessa face justice for Margot's murder, but at least Margot's at rest where she was loved. Kimmy Kishiro stayed on at the lodge until after the autumn migration of birds, when she returned to Vancouver to be with her family. From then on, she'd visit Crimson for the spring and autumn migrations, as well as the cormorants' nesting season every summer. Following Evan's death, Jack remained at the lodge, continuing to take care of it under the supervision of the Cardinal family. When Jack became old and creaky, the Cardinals in turn took care of him. Nathan Cardinal had a verbal agreement with Evan about the fate of the lodge, but unfortunately Evan died before he was able to put it into writing. Nessa had such serious charges laid against her, including Evan's murder. Her face was put on wanted posters all across Canada. Whether she perished in the mine or chose to remain hidden until the end of her days, she was unable to meddle further in her brother's or Nathan's affairs. With every passing year, everything but the lodge and the train station were slowly reclaimed by the wilderness. The secret of the Crimson Diamonds remained hidden. Nessa Crab was never seen again. It could be that she never made it out of the mine, or that she kept a low profile after her escape. It rankles you that she got away with at least one murder. You find yourself looking over your shoulder often, and you still see her vengeful, fire-lit face in your nightmares. Evan Richards was buried alongside Margot and his parents in Crimson, which is exactly what he wanted. Some say his restless spirit haunts the cemetery to this day, mourning the suspicious demise of his lady love. You have many sleepless nights over the fact that not only did Nessa get away, but also you weren't able to prove she murdered Margot. You hope Mr. Richards would forgive you if he knew. You continue working diligently as a clerk at the Royal Canadian Museum. A month later, you're accepted at the University of Toronto in the Department of Geology and Paleontology as an undergraduate. Professor Plummer spoke highly of your fieldwork in Crimson in his letter of recommendation. Although your findings weren't revolutionary, he tells you that impeccable work, regardless of result, is the bedrock of any scientific discipline, and that he's very proud of you. A few months later, you receive a letter from Ranger Murdoch praising your investigative prowess and tenacity in helping to foil the sabotage attempt at the Sioux Locks. He says you're a natural detective and that he hopes your paths will cross again someday. Thanks for playing. That's a really good game. I really enjoyed that, but now I want to go back and try and find stuff that I missed. Wow, music composed in a real Roland MT32. That's cool. That's very cool. That was a really good game with a very small, I would say, you know, a single developer essentially. I mean, there's other stuff in there, but a lot of those credits are like credits for like tools that other people had made, or like the fonts and the music and stuff. But it's mostly like the primary author. This must be, is playtester still? Julie Minamata. Oh, I didn't mean to. I was just trying to get the go a little quicker. All right, I want to go back and check some stuff here. Or if you said yes to the, yeah, I'm to for the diamonds, whether or not there's diamonds. Let's save Evan. Final confrontation. I think that's that. I can redo the bedtime quiz too, but I feel like I could go back to like 1 and still try and get that key. So I want to go back further than just the final confrontation. I want to go back to when I still have an opportunity potentially to talk to people about some of the things that I had missed before and see if I can figure out how to get that key. I might look it up, how to get that key. I'm going to take a very brief break here. Just use the restroom real quick, which I should have done before, but I didn't. I'm going to take a real short break and I'm going to come back. I'm probably going to look some stuff up because I want to figure out how to get that key because that'll give us that evidence. But I'm curious what other evidence we could get to tie Nessa to the murder. I definitely will not hand that button over because that's something we can use. We can provide for evidence. We could go look at the smokehouse too to see if we can find the diamonds. If we get the brooch, we can use it to test our other samples to see if possibly one of those was actually a diamond. I'm going to talk to Jack about the Steins, I think, and see if there's anything else we can figure out about that because that's something that came up. But I'm not sure what else What else I could think of to like as far as like the murder? So we got 6 out of 8 on evidence against that Nessa poisoned her, and I don't know what else we could get from that. I don't know what else we could find. I may look some stuff just because I'm like hungry for the answers here, but I'm gonna try a couple other things. See if we can figure out how to get that key, because that seemed like a pretty big one. And then maybe we can save Evan, and maybe I'll do better on some of those other questions there. I don't know what to type for Kimmy. Just like birds, cormorants. It's probably pretty good. Anyway, I'll be back real quickly, and then we'll continue this. We'll see what if additional information we get. See if I can do better on those scores at the end. Stay tuned. Make a tab down here. So the makers of this game made a really nice online hint book as well, which I'm going to look at. Which is weird. Oh! I didn't see this. Orders open till September 15th. Damn it! I may have missed this. The 1-year anniversary of the Crimson Diamond to celebrate selling these thumbprint cookie charms designed by me, produced locally in Toronto. 10K gold version and a sterling silver version only available. Well, that's too rich for my blood. You should feed Evan the almonds yourself. That was the one thought I had. Could I pocket the almonds and then prevent her from feeding those? We're in chapter 5. There's one option apparently. This seems like maybe I'll try that just to see, but like you can't kill him if I do it first. It seems like a crazy option. Got everyone's shoe sizes. I think I talked to everyone about that. Smokehouse interior. Floor. Corvus satchel. Let's go up here in the big blue house. The big brown berry. Yeah. I haven't seen those in ages, the Pico stuff. I looked at all of that. Corvus key, you've got to figure out how to get it. So I was on the right path here. I just looked in the wrong place, and then things moved on too quickly after that. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. How do I turn? Can I turn the faucet? There we go. I'm gonna give it an army helmet. You getting sued by the mouse house? Yeah. All right. So we've got water. Because this is, I thought I could fill a glass with water. I was trying to get water before. Whoops! What have you done? You clumsy girl, you soaked me through. I'm so sorry, Mr. Shaw. I'm such a lummox. Fortunately, I've packed a second set of clothes, and it looks much the same as this. Hurry up and change, then. You need to help me find my brooch before... Well, I want to get back here quick. Right. Excuse me, ladies. Corvus exits the room and changes clothes. Not knowing what to do, you stand awkwardly and wait for him to return. All the while, Nessa continues to go through Margot's things. Soon enough, Corvus returns, clad in identical vest and trousers. There, you see? It's like it didn't even happen. But do keep away from me, Miss Maple. I don't have another fresh set of clothes. Of course, and again, I'm very sorry. Just stay out of our way, won't you? Will do. Slightly disheveled, changed dry vest identical as one previously. Oh, this button I picked up outside the smokehouse matches the ones on Corvus's vest. Comes from taking an interest in Margot's shoe collection. Okay, so now we can go get that key. Corvus' clothes finely tailored and kept immaculately clean. The vest and trousers decidedly damp. You feel a twinge of guilt. Oh, one of the metal buttons on the vest is missing. The guilt is somewhat assuaged by the gratification you feel, finding the key to Corvus' satchel in his left vest pocket. What am I spilling water on Corvus, Judd? Yeah, I dumped water on him to get him to change his clothes so that I could get the key out of his pocket. But a button looks pretty new. Can I compare the button? Okay. Satchel is locked. Okay, lock the satchel. Don't have the key. Did I not find the key? Did I? Okay. For some reason I assumed she just picked it up. Open the satchel. You eagerly examine the contents of Corvus' satchel. Aside from pens and a few personal items, there are two documents that draw your eye. There's a mineralogical report in here, signed by Albert. There's also a will in here. Uh-oh. Remove the mineralogical report from Corvus' satchel. Hopefully, Corvus won't notice that this is missing. There are still plenty of papers in the satchel. Remove the will from Corvus' satchel. I'll just shift some papers around to make it look less obvious that anything was taken. Okay. Let's take a look at the report here. Official-looking mineralogical report, complete with seal and signature. I don't know what this report says. After carefully studying the report, you are surprised to conclude that despite the gorgeous penmanship and Albert Respa's florid signature, it's extremely poorly written. This is nearly nonsense. It reads like Albert inserted mineralogical words at random without knowing their meanings, and he's trying to hide this fact with fancy language. Even still, I have a hard time believing that this report was written by a mineralogical expert. See, I didn't even think about this, but this is more proof of his fraud. The fine paper and fancy seal might fool a casual observer or harried government officials eager to rubber stamp stacks of paper off their desks. The report does conclude that the land on which Crimson Lodge is built is rich with diamonds. Interesting. Should ask Nathan about this report. He should be familiar with the geology of the area. Appears to be someone's last will and testament. The last will and testament details what should happen to Evan Richards' property and possessions upon his death. This document says that everything goes to Nessa. That's surprising considering their strained relationship. Your eyebrows raised as you reach the end of the will. It's been signed by Corvus Shaw with Nessa Crabbe signing as witness. There's a blank line under which is written Evan Richards. It appears that Evan has yet to sign this document. The entirety of the will appears to be in Corvus's handwriting. This looks pretty fishy to me. Interesting. Interesting. This Richard might be in danger. I need to be careful. I think some discretion is in order. For leaving room, you lock the satchel. You also return the satchel key to Corvus's vest pocket. Useful, useful. Let's ask about the Steins. I don't think the ranger's still around. I talked to him at length about the poisoning and all of the evidence at hand. I have this mineralogical report that Albert wrote. What do you think of it? Nathan looks a bit shocked. May I see it? Where did you get this? Never you mind. You hand the mineralogical report to Nathan. He scrutinizes it intensely. He looks upset. Nancy, may I keep this? I'm afraid not, Nathan. There are awfully strange things going around here, and this is part of it, I'm sure. After reading this report, I have my doubts that Albert is as qualified a mineralogist as he claims, although his kit was legitimately high quality for his role. Not to mention the field work he conducted seemed more focused on a single irrelevant specimen and nothing else. Something fishy is going on around here. So if you don't mind, I'll be keeping this report, at least until I figure out what's going on. Nathan reluctantly returns the report to you. Very well. I suppose I'll have to trust you. You can, I promise. Excuse me, I need to keep looking for Evan's will. It's vitally important that we find it. I'm going to wait to bring that up. Yeah, there's a pair of silver wedding signs that were in the curio cabinet. They're gone now. I don't know where they are. Honest, Nancy. I will say, I don't think they're in the lodge. Just a feeling. So does that mean they are concealed outside somewhere? We can go to that smokehouse. That's a whiskey, spilled whiskey. Bag of salt has been opened, revealing the coarse rock salt inside. Looks like it might be a pickle barrel for salted meat. Can I open the barrel? Is there real need for me to open it? Jagged fragments what are unmistakably Jordan almonds covering the table. I've revealed a partial fingerprint on one of the larger fragments of Jordan almond. I know that Mr. Richards is allergic to nuts. Could it be that these were used against him? This looks bad. It's probably used for some stage of food preparation, not knowledgeable in these processes. I search the pot. I assume that they're putting the diamonds in the salt. Let's examine the salt. As expected, the rock salt is composed of regularly shaped crystals, but generally cubic in shape. They are whitish to colorless. Some of the crystals appear regularly shaped, more octahedral than cubic, but salt is fairly brittle and is water soluble, so they can be just about any shape. That's diamonds. It's got to be, right? I think those are the diamonds. I think they are too. I didn't really do this. Spectral salt composed of regularly shaped crystals, generally cubic in shape, whitish, colorless, water soluble. If I get some water, I can get the salt wet. Bushel tree stump. Bushels empty. Suppose Jack's been so busy he hasn't had a chance to pick any apples. Do see in the orchard. Where would the Steins be? I don't know where this would be. the vegetable patch. Can I pump water into mug? Already filled mug with water. Okay. Drinking glass. Dissolve the rock salt. You drop the rock salt into the drinking glass. I need to fill this drinking glass with water if I want to dissolve the salt. There we go. Fill the drinking glass with water. Adding water to the salt crystals causes them to dissolve. Close to Spectrum River sample with the loop reveals nothing new. It's hard little minerals required further study. You're currently unequipped for that. You admire the brilliant shine of the squeaky clean drinking glass. Drinking glass is filled with water. No, I guess it just all dissolved. Gonna pour water on salt. Some of the rock salt doesn't seem to have melted. Strange. You remove the undissolved rocks and put them in your pocket. These tiny colorless minerals from the salt sample aren't salt, and they didn't dissolve in water. Insoluble crystals look like little octahedrons, but these are a little too small for me to examine properly with my loupe. I'll need to take these back to the museum and get them under a microscope. Let's see here, possibly taking the garnet mine. Dissolve rock salt and water, have a salt sample, take to the museum for analysis. That's anything about the mineralogical report you found in Corvus Satchel. Okay, what else? The Steins are like the lingering issue here. Turing spent more hours doing that mobile just sort of looking at it. Can I examine it? Appears carriage house was once used as stable, still is empty. There's some old hay bales being stored in the upper level. North of the gazebo, east of the lodge, south eventually is the river. Can I examine the hay to see if the signs are out here? Assuming Jack is like telling the truth, like, well, they're not here. City grocers yourself can tell that these hay bales are old and dusty. Seems there hasn't been much need for them in a long time. Can I move the hay? Okay. I don't know where else they would be. Okay. I didn't see any more answers there. Let's ask. We didn't ask Nathan about the Steins. Just something this suggested, so. Now that Margot's gone, someone else should know about this. About what? Margot entrusted the silver wedding steins in the curio cabinet to me. She wanted me to keep them at my home until Nessa and Corvus had departed. Aha! I still don't understand about Nessa wanting her share. Couldn't one stein go to her and one to Mr. Richards? Evan loves his parents. It was their wish that the steins not be separated. Nessa knew that too, and so did Margot. Evan is a good man, but he'd cut off his own nose to spite his face, especially when it comes to his sister. Margot knew what Evan's like, so she couldn't ask him to hide the steins. He would have given Nessa both of them to placate her. And then the steins would have been sold off to the highest bidder. It's within Nessa's rights to turn the lodge upside down looking for the steins, as this was her house too. So Margot couldn't ask Jack to hide them here, nor could she effectively hide them herself, which is why she asked me. Why are you telling me? It can't be just because I asked. No, it's because things are getting dangerous. Nessa has proven even more vindictive than I imagined. In case something happens to me, someone else should know about the steins and restore them to the rightful owner once the danger is past. To return what was once given in good faith, Evan promised that to me about this lodge and lands. I hope to repay that gesture. I know it can be hard to tell sometimes. Evan and I are friends. Longtime friends who sometimes are at odds and sometimes keep secrets, but always friends. Please help me keep this secret from Evan until I can return the steins safely to him. I understand. I won't tell. Thank you, Nancy. Let's go out and see. I don't know anything about that. I have my doubts it was truly found on this land. Even if it was, who's to say that there's enough to mine? It would be like garnets all over again. Salt makes everything taste better. It's my secret weapon. Lived here for years and ain't never seen anything like that before. Doubt it's from around here, personally. Yeah, I don't think I can't go back there to get a more sense on that. Here's a liar, but I respect his reasons. Yeah. I mean, I like, that was one of the secrets I assumed, that like they knew about the diamonds and they just didn't want to get it out because they didn't want anyone tearing up the land. That's the thing about scalping white men. No, Ryan. I don't know what else to call those. The rock salt sample doesn't make a streak on the plate. This definitely isn't rock salt. This colorless mineral could be diamond, or white garnet, or quartz. The unglazed ceramic plate is a Mohs hardness of about 6 or 7. This sample obtained from the bag of rock salt could be any colorless mineral harder than that. Still, this is a good bit of field work. All right, I'm going to save here. I don't know what else there is about. Oh, I see something else I could do with the trunk. I see some stuff that I had missed. I forgot about rubbing stuff on plates. So you use the approach for scratch testing? Yeah. It did. So I need to get that, but I'm looking over to make sure there's like nothing else that I missed. Oh, I got someone at my doorbell at this hour. Back in 1 second. I'm just gonna disappear from the screen. I will be right back. Some raccoons. God, I hope not. Just 3 raccoons in a trench coat. At this hour, late. I didn't say it was late. It's actually not that late. Any hour of the day is weird for me to get visitors here because it's an abandoned building, so there really shouldn't be anyone here, but that doesn't mean much of anything. Okay, so I was looking ahead just a little bit. I don't know, like. So I guess the other issue questions I had were about Nessa and the murder, but I don't know what else we could find with that because I guess just like the flask, I feel like we had quite a bit of information, didn't we? Close inspection removes the right powder residue at the bottom of the jar. Store damp flat paper inside the jar. So the fingerprint on the outside of the jar. I feel like we had the information, right? This button shiny appears to be pretty new. Can I dust the button? Applying powder, sit in the metal, fails to yield unused. Worth a try though. Okay. It's like one of the only other things aside from like trying to save Evan that I'm not sure about is if we can find more evidence that Nessa did this, but I think I fairly thoroughly searched through stuff. So I think any other evidence would be like on her person. I mean, we heard her confession, right? And we've got it in the glass too, I think. Last of the water, Margot's glass is evaporated, leaving a white powdery residue. I wonder what this could be. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was what we needed to give the glass. I don't know what else. There was the hair, the glass, the fly paper, the jar. We gave him the hair. The fingerprints. I think the flask is probably the other thing. Check. I found a draft of Mr. Richards' will in Corvus' satchel. It says that it's leaving the lodge and land to Nessa. What? Is it signed? No, not yet. Mr. Richards would never agree to that bequest. You're going to try to force him to sign that? Go tell Nathan what you just told me. Will do. I saw a note. I saw some braids of garlic in the root cellar, Jack. I grew those. They keep forever down in the root cellar. Margot didn't eat it, but maybe it would have been good for her health. Who knows? I don't really, there was a suggestion to ask about the garlic. I don't know what that would have had to do with anything. Does the garlic have anything to do with anything? I don't think it does. They have the vampire Nessa. That would be funny. Found this interesting document in Corvus' room. What do you think about it? Interesting? Yeah, let's see. There's the garlic Nessa. You find out she's a vampire. That would be very weird if they throughout all of this, like she was actually a vampire, and like there was just nothing, no other indication going on. You saw Jack and Nathan, the last will and testament that you obtained from Corvus' satchel. Can you tell me about this document? Jack's face goes pale. Nathan's eyes widen. Let me see it. Jack's eyes travel further down the page and rest upon the very bottom, where Nessa and Corvus have signed their names. His eyes narrow. Nathan's mouth sets into a grim line. I see. Where are those shysters? Nessa and Corvus? I last saw them upstairs in Margot's walk-in closet. I see. Excuse this moment, Nancy. Interesting. You hear Nathan and Jack's heavy footsteps as they hurry down the hallway and up the stairs. They aren't gone very long before you hear them returning to the study. They're gone. Now I can go find that brooch. It looks like they left in a hurry. Margot's walk-in closet was in shambles. I wonder what they're doing. They were looking for Nessa's ruby brooch. Margot took it. I'm not surprised. You're not? As you already know, Margot asked me to keep the silver steins for her until Nessa was gone for good. She didn't give me any ruby brooch, though. She must have hidden it somewhere. I remember Margot saying something about concealing the ruby brooch in her walk-in closet. Nessa was on the right track. I wonder if she found it. We need to keep looking for Evan's will. Let's hope he has one. Let's hope. Yeah, I don't know that he does. I would think he does, but like they can't find it anywhere unless like Corvus got it and they destroyed it. I'm gonna look in there. Wardrobe's empty. Suppose Nessa hasn't had a chance to unpack. The walk-in closet was in shambles. They left in a hurry. It's possible they left something here. I'll see an armchair, range, little table, wardrobe, dresser, painted cupboard. Search the cupboard. You open the right-hand cupboard. Right-hand cupboard is empty. Maybe Nessa doesn't intend on staying for too long. I think the wardrobe is what search for the closet. Yep. What was there? Wardrobe, dresser, painted cupboard. Yeah, I don't think it's in here. All right, let's get the brooch. We can rub some rocks on it. I already know it's here. Unless it's just the last one I look. It is just going to be the last one I look, isn't it? Or it's just one random. That's funny. So no matter what, it's just whichever one is the last one you look at. Search yellow hat. I don't think it would let me take the garlic. Oh! Reluctant potential damage Nessa's ruby brooch with the streak test. The reason that if it is indeed a ruby, you wouldn't be damaging it at all. Because rubies are harder than English porcelain, they would scratch the streak plate, not the other way around. Try an inconspicuous place at least. You perform the streak test as carefully as you can, though with this procedure a rather firm hand is required. The ruby in Nessa's brooch easily scratches the streak plate. Whew, I guess it's a ruby after all. When a specimen is harder than a streak plate, which has a Mohs hardness of 7, it is said to have no streak or a colorless streak. Rubies have a Mohs hardness of 9, much harder than the streak plate. The only harder gem is diamond, which has a Mohs hardness of 10. Couldn't possibly risk damaging Nessa's ruby brooch by performing scratch test. Captain is too lovely. Let's examine it. Much coveted pigeon blood, deep red hue of the ruby mounted in the brooch. Extremely detect faint brutal inclusions. The gem is eye clean. That means the inclusions aren't visible naked eye. The inclusions are also called silk. Some of these faint lines might not be inclusions after all. They look a bit oily. Carefully apply a bit of tape. 2 fingerprints revealed on the ruby brooch. Compare fingerprints. Cantor, Evan. Fingerprint on the glass belongs to Nessa. Comparing the rest of the fingerprints collected include documents in the study belong to Mr. Richards, which is as it should be, but the other fingerprint belongs to Nessa, which isn't surprising considering she was pawing through the papers earlier. I'm glad enough evidence of this. Examine the fingerprint you retrieved from the smokehouse and compare it to your collection of fingerprints you've obtained from the lodge inhabitants. Jordan Almond piece you conclude. Nessa's the one. Two clear fingerprints in the brick have shiny. Compare them fingerprints obtained from everyone in the lodge. One of the fingerprints belongs to Margot, which comes as no surprise. She admitted to stealing Nessa's brooch. The other fingerprint belongs to Jack. Should I ask him about this? Okay. I don't know if there's another way. Rock salt doesn't leave a sample. This definitely isn't rock salt. Colorless mineral could be diamond or white counter on a quartz or unglazed ceramic plate. Most hardness 6 or 7. Someone's hand in the bag of rock salt could be any colorless mineral harder than that. Still, it's good bit of field work. Wonder if I talk to Jack, well, can I do this about the brooch? Because he says just to like take it and sell it. Found Nessa's brooch. How do you like that? Pretty good at finding things. Yep. Found the fingerprint. Yep, and he hit it. It's all good. Okay. Damn it. Damn it. We know like the rock salt is at least an 8 because it doesn't leave a streak on the plate. Or no, wait. No, that can't be right. Can it? Someone doesn't make a streak on the plate. It definitely isn't rock salt. Colorless mineral could be diamond. Or white counter on a quartz. Unglazed ceramic plate, most hardness 6 or 7. So sample obtained from the bag of rock could be any colorless mineral harder than that. So it's a good bit of field work. Yeah. So it doesn't leave a streak, so it has to be harder than that. But she doesn't want to go any further. So I don't know if there's anything else. I think I'm just going to carry on here. So we'll tell them the whole deal. Then we drive out there. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Then we got to go search Albert's room. I didn't check with Kimmy. I think the ranger was already gone. Is Kimmy still just sleeping? Can you sleep? Can't talk to her right now. Okay. Can I rifle through her things? Try to open Kim's luggage, but it's locked. You wonder why I want to go to the trouble of locking the luggage. A bolt of self-awareness hits you and you feel a little flush. It's fine. It's fine. What happened here? Mr. and Mrs. Mask's clothes are hanging haphazardly. The wardrobe, the waste paper basket is stuffed full of papers. And all of his luggage is gone. Red and blue is one of your favorite color patterns. Carpet is pleasing pattern too. The strip of telegraph paper lighting beside the waste paper basket. Accept capacity on this price. Red cylinder partially hit on Albert's bed. Let's take the cylinder. Uh-oh. I think it's a stick of dynamite. Makes you sweat. Can I dust? I don't know if there's a point. Paper casing dynamite has some very faint oily marks, which serves as tube absorbent for clear fingerprints. It's worth a try. Take the tape. Give me that plate. I'll leave a streak on it. All right, no. Not that kind of streak. Can I dust the tape? Okay. Dynamite examining more closely wouldn't make you feel any better. Quite the opposite, in fact. It's very funny. Telegraph tape reads as follows. Carl L. pursues Sulak's package within a crimson. What could that mean? Who on earth is Carl L.? Let's search the clothes here. Methodically check all the pockets in the garments Albert left behind. Let's track what you find. A train ticket stub. Ooh. No. Just take the ticket. Take the ticket stub. Okay. Ticket stub Albert left in his jacket pocket. Remember more closely the train ticket stub. The stub was Albert's journey up to Crimson. But this is for a ride in coach, the same as me and Kimmy. He said he was in the first class car. Albert lied to us. I didn't see him in our car. Was he concealing himself? Uh-oh. Ooh. Thankfully, I've got my field kit up on the luggage rack. Do you see that old brown leather suitcase? Ah, yes, I see it. What does the field kit contain? Among other things, the field kit includes hardness picks. These are the most important tool of all for my work in Crimson. They have tips of different hardnesses, ranging from 2 to 9 on the Mohs scale. The hardness pick with the number 9 tip is indispensable for this trip. It will scratch just about anything, except for diamonds. I'm so glad I have these tools with me. Otherwise, I'd be up a creek without a paddle. Indeed. Good luck with your work in Crimson. Thanks. I can't wait to get started. You and Kimmy chat for a bit longer before dozing off in the afternoon. It's him right behind us. He's got the paper over his face. Diamonds. It is the Germans. Whoop. Oh, so you're just gonna hurl them out? That's gotta be expensive. What an ominous, like, terrifying image that just looks like the most villainous, like, Mr. Monopoly Man. Uncle Moneybags. It's somewhere out there in the wilderness. It was Albert. He was in the train car after all. I remember the smell of a cigar as the ones he's been smoking in the lodge this whole time, and I got rid of my field kit to obstruct my investigation. Wardrobe still has some clothes sloppily draped on some hangers. Search the desk. Cigar butt in the upper left drawer. Take cigar. Dust cigar. Early smudges ringing the cigar butt. After Jen's application suit, there are now sooty, oily smudges ringing the cigar butt. Looks like fingerprints got smeared as the butt was being twisted and put out inside the drawer. Glad I tried it, though. Wait for me to get a call at night. All right. I appreciate you stopping by, Ryan. Appreciate the tips and pointers as well, as always. Hope to catch you on the next one. You get a good night's sleep, and I'll catch you all later. Good luck saving Evan. I hope I can. And capture Nessa. I hope so. I hope I can turn this around. But we'll see. I don't think there's anything else here. I think I already searched this pretty thoroughly. I remember that door being closed. Large blue trunk between wardrobe and shelf. Blue trunk is partially open. The padlock is dangling open. Wasn't Mr. Respa storing his things in there? Can I take the padlock? Shoot the padlock, taking care not to close it. I don't have the key after all. Let's dust it. Aha. Grab a piece of tape and press it into the powdered fingerprint you've revealed on the padlock. Fingerprint left in the padlock is from Albert. I suppose that verifies he did store some of his belongings in the blue trunk. Remember during my second dinner here, Mr. Richards is finding Albert to store his things in the blue trunk for safekeeping. Real 2 clear fingerprints in the recap. Okay, yeah, we already got those. All right. Search the trunk. We got blasting caps. Bullet and a blasting cap. Okay. Take caps. Take bullet. Can I dust the bullet? Okay. Dust caps. If you're a villain in this era, what would be your scheme? Real estate schemes, you know? Either trying to trick people off of their land that was more valuable to sell it at a higher rate, or to trick people that my invaluable land contains some valuable mineral resources. That was a popular scam at the time. You know, the land and build on it. Yeah, something along those lines. Like, you know, basically, I mean, you wouldn't even have to own the land. I would just have to like have a convincing enough forged documents that I own the land, and then just continually sell land that I don't even actually own, and then just move on to the next town. I'd sell like fake mineral to buy a bunch of worthless land, and then plant evidence of mineral deposits to sell to the government for the war effort, and then just let them tear it up and get nothing out of it. Absolute scumdoggery. So the story is no need to lift a fingerprint. Okay. Compare fingerprint. Compare fingerprint collection include suspect Melissa Albert. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing else in there. I think I'm getting the picture here. Like a reverse Pinkerton. Yeah. Just running cons up and down the coast. As long as I can stay one step ahead of Johnny Law. Albert isn't who he says he is. I believe he's headed to the Sulong sabotage him with explosives. Found a bullet and blasting caps in the blue trunk. Albert is probably armed and is fairly well acquainted with how to use explosives, seeing as he knew how to storage dynamite. Doesn't bode well. Toss his luggage out. Could interfere. Blah, 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 blah. Got all that. He had the carriage house and tell Jack Nathan Ranger Murdoch. Okay. So before I go do that, one last scope through this. Interesting. I just saw a note. I don't think I did this before, but I think it may be too late to ask people about it. The smell of the mouth. You detect a distinct garlicky smell around Margot's mouth. That's strange. I don't remember seeing Margot eat any garlic. Come to think of it, Jack hasn't cooked us any meals using garlic. Maybe that's why I asked about the garlic. All right. We can skip these cutscenes. See where we're at here. Mine entrance been blasted shut. Okay, so we're gonna get all this stuff and blast it open. He's gonna start digging in there. I'm gonna go ask him about the garlic again. He might not have any more information. You can smell garlic in Margot's mouth when I was down in the root cellar. Impossible. Margot never ate garlic. Maybe there's something that smells like garlic? I don't know. Margot never ate garlic. Let's take this wire. Take detonator. Examine the rocks. Upon closer inspection, you conclude that the rocks and rubble are native to this area and are biotite schist. Biotite schist is a type of mica schist. Schist is a type of metamorphic rock. I'm not surprised that there are garnet mines here. This type of schist is known to contain garnets. This will be a nice detail for my mineralogical report. I mean, this is a boulder, right? Gotta take a sample. I did. You chip a rubble sample out of the rocky exterior of the mine. I don't know, is it the same thing? What is it called then? Rubble sample obtained outside the mine contains tiny white crystals and large red patches of minerals incorporated into the rocks. Surrounding rocks is just a type of mica schist, just a type of metamorphic rock. Surprise for garnets. Okay. The rock sample from outside the mine has small white crystals and red mineral patches. None are suitable for rubbing on the plate. It's a good thought. Maybe I'll find something more suitable inside the mine. Reasoning that since Ruby Cabochon will already need to be polished because of the scratches that you've accidentally caused, you decide to perform a scratch test with the salt sample. Oh, the stones from the salt sample that didn't dissolve in water have scratched the ruby. Rubies have a Mohs hardness of 9. That could mean these could be diamonds. Jack, I got a sample of rock salt from the smokehouse. Some of it didn't melt away in water. And these bits scratched Nessa's ruby brooch. Only diamonds would scratch rubies. Don't worry about that right now. Focus on Mr. Richards. He's in some bad trouble, I reckon. Okay. If I can spell here. Okay. 2 caps. Okay, let's ask Jack about wire cutters. Let's get the wire cutters. Okay. Cut the wire. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Okay. Take plunger to Jack. Just redoing a lot of stuff here. Push the plunger. Kaboom! Is that type of collecting? It's only a stick of dynamite after all. Well, the orbital looks fairly stable. You fervently hope that it is. Ryan looks stark and desolate. Jack have managed to create an Nancy-sized hole in the rubble. Think I can squeeze through. Enter the hole. Nancy, this is really dangerous. Let's widen this hole some. Nope. Just give me the lantern. Let me in. Wait, before you go. It's going to be dark as night in there. Darker even. Take this lantern. Okay. Let's look in here. Bucket and shovel. Examine crusher. From what you can see in the lantern's light, the machine consists of a hopper, a pair of flywheels, and other bits you can't identify. This looks like a jaw crusher. It would coarsely grind up the garnets, but more processing is required to grind them fine enough to be sold as industrial abrasive. You also see discarded rocks of various shapes, sizes, and colors scattered under the machine. Garnets get fed into the hopper, the flywheels are turned, which activates some kind of grinding mechanism. And the ground up rocks empty out into this bucket placed underneath. Examine the bucket. You look inside the metal bucket. It's 1/3 full of coarsely ground garnets, smaller than gravel, but larger than sand. When industrial abrasives are sold, they're ground finer than this. This is the first stage of grinding. An impact crusher would be used to grind these coarse garnets even finer than this. Okay, take the garnet dust. Examine rocks. You see a boulder near one of the leaning wooden support beams. It looks like it might be a good candidate for a sample. Wow, look at the size of that red crystal. Hopper is nothing more than opening which dump garnets, which is covered by a hinged lid. If I search it, hopper is covered by a hinged lid. Open hopper. Lid to the hopper is firmly stuck in place. There's no real need to open it. The bucket on the machine has a coarse garnet powder in it. The ground is littered with discarded garnets and other rocks. There's nothing in the hopper that isn't already easily obtainable. Can I take a garnet? Take some of the coarsely ground garnets out of the bucket into your pocket. Take a rock. It's in a sample of single source. Try walking closer to it first. Okay. Nice. Let's rub this on the plate. Carefully rub the colored specimen embedded in the boulder sample on the streak plate, one by one. Some of these specimens streak white, which is to be expected of gardens. But some of these specimens aren't streaking the plate at all. Oops. Performing your streak test and holding the lantern at the same time you fumble and your hand slips. You draw the sample forcefully across the porcelain plate right on the most prominent red crystal specimen. The large red crystal is actually making it awkward for you to streak test the color of specimens. Nothing? No streak? Could these be rubies? But they don't look quite right. These might not be garnets. If you could become a mining baron, how would you handle operations? Oh, I'm telling you, there'd be a lot of people who'd go down in those mines who wouldn't come back out. Extracting the human element would be the least of my concerns. In fact, I would work to foster a sort of chud, as in the cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller, the classic chud meaning growth down in those mines. You just kind of seed the people in there, right? It's kind of like those bottles where you form your own ecosystem, where you just dump some stuff in, some water and grass and stuff, and then seal it up. And then you just let nature take its course. You just got to have some mechanism to keep control down there, but you let them form their own subterranean cannibalistic society. As long as they keep the the minerals coming back out, you keep dropping resources back in there. I like the tall man, turn people into alien gnome miners. If I had the technology for that, I probably would. I lack the technology. I like the tools to pull that off. But I think if you just seal some people up underground, a good enough mix so they can replenish the population, like, they'll get hungry. Nature will take its course. Over a generation or two, you'll get some delicious monsters down there. Carefully rub all the specimens present in the crystal sample and Nessa's ruby brooch, especially the large red crystal. Suppose this could be ruby, and rubies won't scratch into the root. Hey! Completely forgot to be careful with Nessa's ruby brooch. There's now a large, deep scratch along with lighter, more superficial marks. Oh! It was much too easy to do. But this crystal is red. It's not a garnet or a ruby. Oh, gee, look at the size of it. Red diamonds? Unheard of. Until now. Of course, I'll need to take these back to the museum for more testing to be sure, but this is looking very promising. Oh boy. Give some people, lock them in the mine, make monster miners. Yeah, And then when the time is right, you could unleash them out on the world at large. You have kind of like a dead man switch. If anything happens to me, like the mines open up and all my meat beasts will make it out into the world. They will inherit the earth or consume it. Either way. Red diamonds and crimson? So we got a literal crimson diamond out of this? That's interesting. Well, the garnet mine is covered in dust and rock particles. That plus the lack of wind and weather has kept dozens of rain. Most of the shoe prints. We get these shoe prints. All right. Whoa! Despite the terrifying rumbles and shadows surrounding you, you forge onwards. Okay. Just as you reach this firelit cavern, your lantern goes out. All right, we're gonna have to figure some stuff out here. We'll have to sort out how we get through this. Okay. Let's distract him. This worked well enough before. Go fetch Corvus. Especially since we know he lived, I don't feel as bad about this. Oh! It's pretty funny. We need to look at the note to see like what note added. Because like Ryan was saying, it was like distracted Corvus. Turn the tables on Nessa. Okay. It's tiny red crystals, even tinier colors, crystals incorporating the plain rock. Rocks is these fairly common in the area. It's not exciting, but still instructive. Can I take a sample? Yeah, that isn't here. Okay. Okay, wheelbarrow can't be moved. Oh, it has one handle. Couldn't even lift a single one of these rocks either. Can I take the handle? How did he survive? So I think like the rocks like caved in on the entrance, but not necessarily directly on him. I think he like jumped clear and he's just like sealed in a chamber back there. Oh boy. Oh, we got him. You take the crushed Jordan almonds from the tabletop and throw them over the edge into the darkness. Won't this endanger Mr. Richards' life? I've got you, dearie. Nessa pulls a knife out of her skirt pocket. Ties you up tightly with the length of the rope and sits you down beside her brother. No, well, maybe not. You think you're clever, girl? You think you've saved my dear brother by throwing away the crushed Jordan almonds? You've just doomed the both of you to a slow, agonizing death. I don't need Evan's real signature to get Crimson Lodge and its lands. It was merely a formality. A certain nosy wannabe sleuth is now tied up in a forgotten, abandoned mind. So thank you, Nancy. You were a loose end that could have caused me no end of trouble. I can forge Evan's signature easily enough. Who will the courts believe? My word with an official-looking signed document, or Nathan Cardinal's? I'm not about to wait around for any of your friends to show up. Nessa picks up his lantern and gives you and Evan one last look. Goodbye. Enjoy slowly starving to death. Well, I think he lived, or maybe we'll see if he lives. Let's see if there's a different way to deal with it, because I'd like to catch her. We're like halfway there, but I feel like we could get her somehow. So, Nancy, know any good jokes? Why did Nessa kill us with her knife? I don't know. Why didn't Nessa kill us with her knife? Mr. Richards, I'm being serious. No, she doesn't have a stomach for physical violence. The sight of blood makes her faint. You didn't see her threatening me with that knife, did you? Oh, she told me that while she was tying me up. Oh, right. Sorry. Tell Evan that help me arrive at any time, though you have your doubts. Could Jack find you in the darkness? He'd have to wait for someone to bring another lantern. Evan regales you with stories from Crimson back when he was a boy. You're happy for the distraction. His voice gets huskier as the hours pass. Eventually, he resorts to quietly humming snatches of old folk tunes. You join in when you know the song. It's a nice way to pass the time. Oh, do you hear that? Not us. Not us. We're in here. Help. Nancy, is that you, Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch. Nancy. Murdoch takes out a pocket knife and saws through with her finding you, Miss Richards. So, but before I go into that, I'm gonna check one more thing here. Like, is there a different way I can handle this before we go through all of that all over again? You ever figure out what Kimmy was up to? I think it was just the birds. I think I just chose the wrong wording, because I would have to go back much further to talk to her some more. Oh, I didn't rub the river sample on the brooch either. Oh, there is something else going on here. I'm gonna go back. I also just realized something else. Final confrontation 4. I think 4 was where I was at. Inside the mine, explosive prepped. Oh, it's 4. Riverbed sample the ruby account promise to have taken to the jeweler, polish all the scratches. Some of the color specimens sample in riverbed scratches ruby. It's quite possible. These are diamonds. Okay. So I want to get that. I try something else here. I'll try some couple of other things before I go on. Let's examine floor. Examine shoe prints. Okay. I want to save some of that. Let's come back to this. Okay. Now we almost killed Corvus. Oh! Oh! Get her! Corvus ties you up. Oh, wow, that could have gone, like, even worse. That could have gone, like, I just skipped through all of that, but it's like, I didn't even get Corvus distracted. Got murdered. Oop, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Area for a dangerous area. Okay. Get him out of here. Get out of here. Oh, it is pretty crazy that, like, it looks like he's crushed alive by those rocks, but I guess he's fine. Corvus? No, no! God damn it. I don't know when I'm looking at this thing that tells me to do something. I'm like looking at the hint guide. Because it looks like there's like a whole other thing going on here that I missed. I really want to see it. Throw a plain rock at door. right, I'm gonna take the almonds again. Now this is all the same. Okay, maybe I actually let that. I do want to see this last thing, but it may not actually matter. I don't want to keep doing this over and over again. If I take the almonds, Evan lives, and like that's very good. Stop coming any closer or I'll throw this lantern over the edge. You need the light just as much as we do. No one can leave this cavern without it. Jack will be along shortly. It's over, Nessa. You try getting away, but my dear little brother certainly can't. Don't come any closer. Stay where you are. You're trying to tell me what to do? How dare you? Why did you ever set foot in Crimson? Why? If it hadn't been for you. Nessa is so overwrought she can barely speak. Nessa stamps her foot angrily. You're ruining everything. Uh-oh. All of my planning, all that I've done, undone by you meddlesome slip of a girl. Nessa, be careful. Don't tell me what to do. How dare you? Nessa pulls a knife out of her skirt pocket. You'll never leave here alive. Watch out. I said don't tell me what to do. Oh, no. Uh-oh. The whole mine gives a great shudder and part of the floor gives way. Nancy! Whoa! She clings desperately to the edge of a now yawning chasm, which has already swallowed her knife. Ah! Nessa! You wretched girl! Always ruining everything! Ah, Nessa! Note's been added to your notebook. You and Evan both bumbling around, spoiling carefully constructed plans. What's the note? Save Nessa? Yes, let's save Nessa. Oh, Nessa, do be quiet for once. Now punch her out. Nessa gasps for breath, recovering from her near-death experience. You're stronger than you look. Thanks. I wonder if I could safely secure Nessa. I need to do something before I start standing up, or else she might run off. Okay. Will this work? Oh my gosh. You hook Nessa's belt loop with the open padlock and close the padlock firmly around the front brace of the wheelbarrow. What do you think you're doing? Release me. Ah. Nessa struggles to get up, but the wheelbarrow is too heavy and resists her attempts. Nessa screeches in frustration. Ah. Well, well. Now that that's over with, come help me with these ropes, Nancy. Right. Oops, I dropped an almond in your mouth. No, I wouldn't. You managed to untie Mr. Richards. Now that you have all the time in the world. Thanks, Nancy. I guess we should try and find our way out of here, eh? Yes, I think I know the way. Are we just gonna leave her down here? Hey, sis, looks like you could use some cooling off. We'll come back for you. Maybe. Wait, do you hear that? You can definitely hear footsteps approaching. We're in here! Help! Nancy, is that you, Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch! Nancy! Nancy's eyes widen slightly as his gaze settles. Nathan's eyes widen slightly as his gaze settles on Nessa, sulking by the wheelbarrow. I padlocked Nessa to that wheelbarrow. Oh. I suppose we should deal with that. Ranger Murdoch kneels down and cuffs Nessa's hands together. He then cuts Nessa's belt loop with the pocket knife. You'll pay for that, literally. $5. Oh, Corvus is trapped behind that rubble in the middle passageway. We should probably get him out. All right, then it's question and answer time, and we'll see where things go from there. Working together, you eventually clear the rubble and free Corvus. It's a bit worse for wear, but it's only minor injuries. Ranger Murdoch cuffs Corvus just in case. Let's get out of here. Good idea. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill. And there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick actually. The forest ranger member of the mountain police. Albert Resper, Carl L. And we already read all this. Saboteur. Apprehended. Gee, it's gonna happen to Nessa. I think I've gathered enough evidence to prove that Nessa poisoned Margot. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Not me, that's for certain. Let's go. Your lawyer's gonna need his own lawyer. Yay, we did it. Whatever happens from there, I think I can be satisfied. But Evan lived, and we caught Nessa. I'm surprised there are like a variety of different potential outcomes there. Like we could save Evan, but Nessa still gets away. What would happen if we just... she could probably still get away even at the end of that too, if we don't padlock her. We didn't have to take that padlock. We didn't take it the first time through. That's pretty crazy. I like that though, because like it ends and it still feels somewhat satisfying to get through the mystery of it, but like I like the sub. You're not really like, they don't really telegraph it too like obliquely that like you're gonna have to answer these questions. You better have this mystery solved. You're mostly just going through like piece by piece, but then at the end they're like, all right, now put it all together. I think that's very cool. I was not expecting that. Registration station, a flurry of activities. Dibba-doo-dap. And we got him. Kind of all this. I'm just going to go until the text is different. Those things are out for the best. What have you got here? We've just come from the old abandoned garnet mine. This is Miss Nessa Crab. She kidnapped her own brother. She could have done worse and gotten away with it too, except Miss Maple here was able to detain her by padlocking her to a wheelbarrow. A rather resourceful and ingenious move, if I may say so. Ah, thanks. Ha! I'd go through it all again just to get to see the look on your face now. Mrs. Crab is also suspected of the murder of a young woman, and Mr. Corvishaw is her suspected accomplice. They have a lot to answer for. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. I'm heading back down to Toronto now. I need to meet with some higher-ups immediately. The Northwest Mounted Police have commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told you called Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me? I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more travel tonight. I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet. Thanks. I wrote a bit of time to get my thoughts in order. It's going to a ton of paperwork. This stuff feels like it happened weeks ago. Wherever Crimson feels like. Okay, so here we are again. I felt pretty good about most of what we wrote in here, but there was some stuff that was like, Murdoch really wants to take Nancy for a train ride. I can't compete with a mounted policeman in, you know, however many, like 150, 120 some odd years in the past. I don't even know how, when it was like 1910, like 100, 115 years, something along those lines. Like an entire like stretched out human lifespan in the past in a different country. In a video game, 1914, I would have trouble. So yeah, like 111 years ago. So first, I would need to travel into the video game, and then 111 years in the past. I mean, it would be worth it, but I'm sure I got the Jumington Dynamics time machine to use. Oh, I wish we had those kind of resources. Turns out lawsuits are very expensive, unfortunately. I'll settle for just, you know, printing out a life-size cardboard stand-up of Nancy Maple to just kind of hover around behind me. I just put it up in the mirror so that when I'm applying my synthetic flesh in the morning, it can look like Nancy is hanging out there, like encouraging for my day. The ones in 90s sitcoms. like the time machine. Or you talk about like the cardboard. Yeah. I just you know, just a poster of Nancy Maple. She needs like the Nancy Maple with the Rosie the Riveter, like, you can do it. Let's see if Nancy Maple's got like a giant red diamond. If she plays her cards right, she could be very rich. Oh, how she mixes Nancy Maple, Miss March. Ooh, look at that. Look at that fancy hardness pick. Oh, that's a scandalous amount of ankle. I write myself some notes on fresh paper to remind myself. Game has auto-saved. All right. Margaret found an accomplice in the Ruby Rush theft. Yes. Who's the accomplice? It was Jack. The Zoolander minor outfit. Diamonds are the essence of hardness. Certain of that, Jack admitted to helping Margot hide the brooch. His fingerprints on it, clear as day. Found the brooch in Margot's walk-in closet, pinned under her hat. I mean, he also, like, admitted to it. You know, about that curio cabinet. Who stole the pair of antique silver steins? That was Margot. Margot's fingers were the only one left in the smashed curio cabinet. She admitted taking the antique silver wedding steins. It's all pretty clear cut. She mentioned having help. Who helped her with the steins? That was Nathan. Nathan admitted helping Margot hide the antique silver wedding steins, but he's doing it for the right reasons. I promised I wouldn't tell, and I won't. Who was the imposter at Crimson Lodge? That was Albert. He had no idea what he was doing with geology. Definitely not a mineralogical expert. I wonder if he was even Belgian. Let's give me his true goal. I don't know. What word would I put for this? Birds? What does this say? Oh, this looks like maybe I did get some information. She's sketching some interesting things in her sketchbook. I don't remember if we looked at those. We hit the map. I'm looking for their specific wording. Birding. Yeah, I don't think she had any ulterior motive, but like I want to get the wording right on that. I don't remember if we eyeballed her sketchbook, and then all the rest of this is like, Albert being pissed off at her. It's kind of a red herring. Albert's pissed off because, well, not really. Albert got pissed off at her about the Sioux locks, and like the map got thrown in the fire, and let's recover that map. But he was mad because he was going to sabotage it, and he wanted to make sure no one was onto his true mission. After everything I've witnessed, I'm pretty certain that Kimmy is just a keen bird watcher who probably had the worst vacation of her life. Everything and anything can look suspicious if you're looking for suspicious activity. Yeah, I don't think she was actually suspicious. The game kind of, the way they asked that question, it was like, man, I don't know. It seemed to imply there was more, but I really didn't think. I figured she was just bird watching. I just didn't know like the wording they want. I probably could have put bird watching or just birds or whatever in there. Are Evan Richards and Nathan Cardinal friends or enemies? They were friends. They were possibly frenemies. I don't think they were even bad enough to be frenemies. They're definitely friends. Also met up in the study after their first dinner. Hard to tell if they're friendly then. Did see them shake hands, respect each other. Margot entrusted antique silver wedding signs to Nathan. She trusted him. Nathan was risking Nessa coming after him for those valuable antiques. Nathan helped me and Jack rescue Mr. Richards tonight. Risk losing his Indian status by revealing himself to Ranger Murdoch. It's a true friend. Mr. Richards is lucky to have him. What were Jack and Nathan trying to conceal? Diamonds? It is possible after all, but so far that is only a hunch based on the samples I've gathered. I'll need to verify my hypothesis when I get back to the museum. The irony is Nathan and Jack were trying to conceal just the colorless stones, not the red ones. No one figured that some of the red garnets could actually be diamonds because no one knew crimson diamonds could exist. Oh, she said the thing! She said the thing, everybody! Red diamonds are a far more spectacular discovery, and they were there the whole time under everyone's noses. Where did Jack conceal the suspected diamonds? I knew it was in the salt, but I just hadn't actually confirmed. Now it should go through. I did recover these clear crystals from the bag of rock salt. If these really are diamonds, the bag of rock salt in the smokehouse would have been the perfect hiding place. Who would guess? Were Margot and Jack having an affair? No. I'm quite sure Margot and Jack were just friends. He explained the meaning of their secretive boudoir meeting. He was helping her inject her medicine. Jack was a good friend to Margot and nothing more. He told me so and I believe him. What's more, the evidence I found backs him up. I found his fingerprints in Margot's medicine cabinet. What item suggests Nessa came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm Evan? The almonds? Miss Richards is allergic to almonds and Nessa knew that. She brought those Jordan almonds with her and filled that cut crystal bowl in the parlor. Overt as you please. Nessa wasn't just being a rude guest. She was a bully. But at least she didn't get away with it. You're exhausted and decide to go to sleep instead of pondering these questions. I don't know. I felt like the Kimmy one was the only one. Well, the Kimmy one I like fudged the answer on. And then that one I got, but I didn't have proof of the diamonds. I may have still not actually have proof about the diamonds. Morning light is streaming through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light. Mr. Richards is slumped in front of his plate, eyes downcast. Jack, you've already admitted helping Margot had Nice's ruby brooch. Sure did. You said before that you and Margot planned to sell the brooch to help pay for the lodge upkeep. Yeah, she's trying to lay claim to the whole place. You also said because of the state and plans to pay it, but I think you should. What do you think, Mr. Richards? Sounds good to me. That would be a nice thing for Nessa to indirectly do. She certainly wouldn't intentionally do anything good to help for anyone else. He handed the ruby over to Jack. Thanks, Nancy. Maybe I can get a new mop. You mentioned that Nessa had it out for Margot, and this was Margot's way of getting back at her. Yeah, but I figured it was because Nessa was afraid Mr. Richards would bequeath the lodge and lands to Margot instead. Oh, she sure was. Nessa was dead set on making Margot go away so the lodge and lands wouldn't end up with her. Which they never were, of course. I'd promised all that to Nathan and his family always and forever. Margot understood. I will admit to worrying about the fate of the lodge and lands from time to time. But once I learned how much Margot loved it here too, just as it was, I worried less. But when that fisherman found that diamond, yeah, that was trouble. Nessa arrived and she recognized Margot's face from some old wanted posters. Past life, Margot lived and worked up in Skagway during the Klondike Gold Rush. She was just a kid. She made some mistakes, trusted the wrong people, but she told me all that, so it didn't work when Nessa tried to blackmail her into leaving Crimson. Nessa found another way to get the better of her. Evan's face falls and he clamps his mouth shut. Her secrets, you mean like in the boudoir on the first night you arrived? Yes, I know you already discussed that. You said the two were just friends and I believe you. Yeah, Jack helped Margot with her Salverson treatments. You knew about that? Sure did. Jack helped her with that every night. I couldn't, too squeamish. The injections were fairly painful for her. I couldn't stand to do them. Well, that makes me feel better about that. Margot knew Nessa and Corvus would rummage through her things. Her vanity has a lock, but she suspected that it wasn't secure. In fact, she suspected it had been tampered with already. I kept the brooch in my pocket for a bit. We were fixing to head for the garnet mine. I didn't want to bring it with me, so I nipped upstairs to her giant closet and pinned to the other side of one of the hats from one of the mannequin heads. I figured should Nessa and Corvus return to the lodge, the last place they'd look is somewhere they'd already searched. Kimmy, I'm sorry that your birding trip was full of so much drama and tension, but I'm very glad I got to meet you. Thanks so much, Nancy. It's very kind of you. This is one of the strangest trips I've ever taken. So much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. Crimson is a beautiful place. Margot was very kind. Jack and Nathan really helped me feel at home here despite everything. And you, Mr. Richards. Yeah? I can see why you love Crimson so much. I love it too. Oh, that's real nice. Thanks, Kimmy. And Nancy, I'm very glad I got to meet you too. You're one of a kind, brave and clever. No matter what happens, I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Gee, that means a lot to me. I'll try my best. Nathan, I have to know. Yes? About the set of silver wedding steins. I brought them back this morning now that they're out of Nessa's reach. I really appreciate Nathan keeping them safe from me. Don't worry, he told me all about what Margot did. And they're right about me. I would have just given them to Nessa to make her stop harassing me. Story of my life. Never again. I have to know. Are there diamonds here in Crimson? You know there are, Nancy! You know there are diamonds! Mr. Richards, Nathan, and Jack exchanged meaningful looks. Surely you almost know something. I think you and Jack were picking alluvial diamonds out of the riverbank when I saw the two of you last night. I collected a sample from that area. I think Jack hides the little diamonds in the bag of rock salt in the smokehouse. I grabbed a handful of salt and dissolved it in water. Some of the crystals didn't dissolve. You know, they actually, that strikes me as being kind of dangerous for a couple of reasons, but if they're using that salt to prepare the meat or cook, they're gonna end up getting diamonds in their food. And I feel like that is not good. I feel like that could do some harm to the body, or at least your teeth. If nothing else, you'll mess your teeth up if you're chewing on something, chewing on some jerky and you bite into a diamond. Oh my God. Nancy, there are diamonds in Crimson. We have to check the riverbanks regularly for ones that come down the river. Over time, we've managed to extract most of the gems that are in the ground, but soil erosion also reveals them. Every so often, we gotta go looking for more that have appeared. They're easiest to see by moonlight. Evan used to help us. In fact, he used to do it all by himself. Yeah, but it wore my back down, so it's now up to Jack and Nat. Fortunately for us, not many people were around. It was a difficult secret to keep even then. Yeah, until that fish swallowed that whopper of a diamond, and that lucky duck fisherman caught it. Nothing but trouble that was. My goodness, I see. There's one last thing I want to know. Red diamonds aren't known to exist anywhere in the world. I think there are red diamonds here in Crimson. Am I right? Silence. Yes, Nancy, we know. Back in the day, those were just assumed to be garnets. No one really thought to look closer. Because as you say, everyone knows that red diamonds don't exist. Wow, I'm speechless. Do you know what this means? It could be one of the most significant mineralogical finds of all time. It would put Crimson on the map. Yeah, that's what we're afraid of. Oh, yes, I see. Nancy, we know that your fieldwork is very important to you, and we certainly can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. We can only ask you to think about what that news could mean for Crimson. We like it how it is now. I do too. Me too, and so did Margot. What'll happen now? That'll partially depend on you, Nancy. I'm still gonna say no, even though I could say yes and just like kind of reload it. It goes against like everything I stand for to sell these people out for these diamonds. Let it remain like a secret treasure. Let them keep their place. Plus also I've got my red diamond, so I'm gonna be filthy rich. And I never have to tell anyone where it is. I'll have to torture it out of Nancy Maple. Nancy Maple knows how to take a secret to her grave, I imagine. You all pile into Nathan's automobile, except for Mr. Richards, as there's enough room in the four-seater. He sensed he'd like some time alone anyway. He gives you and Kimmy a nod and turns away. As the mobile trundles away from the lodge, you crane your neck and take one last look. I'm really going to miss this place in spite of everything. You turn and face forward. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only coherent thought you manage to have is, what will you tell your boss? And what could that mean for your future? I think like the best case scenario, like she says yes, her career probably isn't going to turn out any better because some man's going to come along and steal the credit for it, and they're just going to tear that place up, and like no good will come of it. Not even like selfishly for Nancy Maple, it won't work out for her. Better off just to leave it a secret. Thank goodness it's been repaired enough. I love that the bridge has been repaired enough to allow trains to cross it. Traveling light thanks to Albert. And Nancy, the train's going to leave. Be well. Oh, but what about you, Kimmy? I'm talking over with Evan, Jack, and Nathan. I think I'll stay for a bit. It's been so tense here. I want to relax, enjoy the birds. The fall migration is starting in a few weeks. Leaves will be changing color. Or how is Jack that'll help with the lodge chores? I'll earn my keep. It's wonderful news. I wish I could stay longer too, but I've got to get back to my job in the city. Good luck, Nancy. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, Kimmy. Be well. Yeah, it's not exactly like they could just pick up their cell phones and like face chat with each other at this time. Like maybe they could get an address and try and like maintain a correspondence, but like it's pretty likely they'll never see or speak to each other ever again. I miss all of you. Thanks for letting me stay with you. And please thank Mr. Richards too. Well, let him know. You're made of pretty tough stuff, Nancy. Jack's been telling me how brave you are down in the mine. We're grateful for all you've done here. Goodbye, Nancy. Yeah, bye, Nancy. Now go on, the train's not gonna wait forever. Right. Also, they could like knowingly send her on a death trap if like the train's not gonna make it. They could like cut the brakes or something, or sabotage the bridge themselves to be like, now no one will know about the diamonds. So the train coming to it's clear, cool morning. As crisp and refreshing as it is this far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down by Toronto. Your mind is buzzing with all that has transpired over the last few days. It feels like you're returning home from a long voyage. You can't help but wonder, did you miss anything? Did you leave any loose ends? Would you like to be privy to some helpful, introspective thoughts? Yes or no? Yes. Upon our thoughts previous night before bed, Albert was an imposter, no question about it. He was definitely not an expert mineralogist. Glacial erratic boulder was not mineralogically relevant to this region. He had no idea. Was there another detail that I missed that would support my theory that he wasn't a well-read mineralogist? I'm pretty sure that Nathan was Mr. Richards' friend. Did I miss any important details of his actions? Jack and Nathan were doing something on the riverbank by the bridge. Perhaps if I approached the situation, from the time Jack and Nathan met in the carriage house, could have been a way to listen to them discuss things. What if Nathan was trying to preserve and protect the lodge and lands? He might have sought out Albert's help. I should have kept my eyes and ears open for that circumstance. Jack and Nathan were trying to conceal something. Do I have any promising theories about that? Yes, the diamonds. But maybe I can guess that, but I don't think I have the evidence for it. Area between the jetty and smokehouse probably could have used further scrutiny. Could it have? I can't think of much else. What else did I need from there? What did I miss? You turn your attention towards your impending interview with Ranger Murdoch. I'm dying to know. Intimidated. Okay, well, I guess I'll save this for when I get there. I'm kind of there now. I'm curious about these questions and like if there's something else I missed. Effective investigation. Margot's murder to the best of your ability. After a good deal of mulling over, you conclude, actually, I'm satisfied with all I've done. I am, thank goodness. When you reassure yourself, you fall quickly into deep, dreamless sleep. You don't awaken until the train pulls in Union Station. Chugga-choo-choo! I guess we'll see when I get to the end. Whatever results I get, I'll be satisfied with. I will wonder about like what had I missed, what else could I have gotten, but I'll probably just look through the hint book and see. Up until the end, I didn't really feel like, I feel like a couple points where like I could use a pointer, and the hint book was very good about giving hints without just telling me straight up what to do. The end section kind of threw me, but I really enjoyed it. It flows very nicely. Watch this guy like slide in. Whoop! He's so fast. Are there diamonds? No. I'm afraid I didn't find anything significant. Professor managed to obtain some good samples, though. And I think I'll still be able to produce a good report from my field work. It just won't be very exciting. Here we go. Whoop! Just slide away. All right. Information provided was strictly confidential. Obtained as a crab in connection with Evan Richards' kidnapping, Margot's murder, and attempted fraud. According to Mr. Richards, he was assaulted at the jetty, but it was dark out and he was rather inebriated. Do you have any evidence connecting us to the scene of the jetty? Yes. I don't know if this is a fingerprint. Found us his fingerprint on a shattered crystal decanter at the jetty. It's made of thick glass. And a thing in the area besides the jetty. In the areas besides the jetty. Yes. Hair. We found her hair. Okay. Both of these hairs are intact. Definitely implies she's part of a struggle, and they're going to have to keep these hairs. Of course, do you have anything else to share that would connect us? Evidence connecting areas other than the jetty. Shoe prints. I think is what I said last time. Almonds, it says here. Shoe prints into the smokehouse. We'll try this. Discovered as fingerprints from Jordan almond fragment smokehouse right on the candy shell. Okay, yeah, I did that before. Terrific. I think that's all information I have about Nesta and the areas around the jetty. Let's move on. I believe Mr. Richards is being held in the lodge's smokehouse before moving with the guard at mine. Do you have any evidence to support your theory? Yes. Rope. Found rope fibers on the floor. Let's gather, build a case, and figure out Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mine. It was jam. That's what the word I used before, and that did work. Searchers used jam from Jack's thumbprint cookie to draw a hidden symbol. The symbol is a red circle surrounded by a round red border. I love that. It was raspberry jam. I tasted it. His response, you tasted it? You can tell his like intentions are like, maybe this girl's not the one for me. You know what? To me, that's the mark of a winner. This could be blood. I better get a lick of it. Nope, that's jam. Yes, it was delicious. I also love that is her answer. When he's like, why did you taste it? Like, well, it was delicious. Of course I tasted it. Such an innocent soul. Similarly resemble thumbprint cookies, which I learned are called Hallengrad in Swedish. Hallengrad means raspberry cave in English. There is where a cave could be a garment mine. Exactly, Miss Richards was talking about the garnet mines at dinner, so they deserved for years. Which is still wild. It is. If any knowledge might back up his claim. Yes, I believe so. There's almonds again. Miss Richards is allergic to almonds and has been since childhood. It's common knowledge. Vanessa brought Jordan almonds with her when she returned to the, I think I put allergy before. Found shattered piece of Jordan almonds smokehouse where I believe Miss Richards was briefly held. Managed to recover one of Nessa's fingerprints from the remnants trail. Start the work, Nancy. An investigative team didn't find that. What's more, there were more Jordan almond pieces in the cavern where Nessa brought him. There's no doubt in my mind that Nessa brought the Jordan almonds to the lodge, knowing full well how dangerous they were to Mr. Richards. At first, she only planned to intimidate him with them, but in the end, she was prevented from doing any worse. Let's move on to the Corvus Shaw's role in Mr. Richards' kidnapping. Do you have evidence that could connect Corvus to these crimes? Yes. We have the button. Found them in a button was discovered from outside the smokehouse. Observed Corvus wearing a striped vest with the exact button same ring. Night, we examined Corvus' clothing. I'm sure you'll find that one of the buttons is missing on one of the vests. We did make note of a missing button, and now we know what happened to it. A very good piece of evidence, Nancy. May I have it? Of course, here's the button. Do you have anything else to share that could help connect Corvus to the crimes portrayed? Should be shoe prints as well, right? Found Corvus' shoe prints on the jetty and leading into the smokehouse. Shoe prints on the jetty must have been formed when he stepped into the spilt whiskey, and they were still wet. It suggests to me that he was either present during the abduction of Mr. Richards or soon after. It's just like, why? Why would you do that? It was tasty. Do you normally make a habit of licking red substance you find on the wall? Well, if it's delicious, I do. Considering the scuff marks I saw on the jetty, Miss Richards was dragged away with some force. I doubt Nessa, an elderly lady, could have dragged her brother away with that amount of force. That's terrific work, Nancy. Our investigators didn't see any shoe prints on the jetty. They must have dried up before we got there. But now that we know they're there, perhaps some forensic processes will help reveal them. I think Corvus's movements during the time are pretty clear. Very thorough of you. Every bit helps. I think that's all the information I have about connecting Corvus to the crimes against Mr. Richards. Okay, let's move on. What about any lesser crimes? We suspect Corvus was brought to the lodge by Nessa to commit fraud. Do you know anything that would help us build that case? Yes. There's the will, the fake will. Just put the will. Found Mr. Richards' last will and testament in Corvus' satchel. Said that Nessa was to get everything after his death. Although it had been signed by Mr. Richards and the writing was in Corvus' hand. That seemed pretty fishy to me. Very interesting. Do you happen to have that document? Yes, I do. Here it is. You hand the questionable document over to the ranger. Thanks, Nancy. You're welcome. What about Carl Effer, aka Albert Respa? What can you tell me about him? Rangers apprehended him in the middle of a sabotage attempt on the Sioux Locks, so that's an open and shut case. We suspect the man is involved in other illegal acts. Do you think you can attribute other criminal activities to him, yes or no? I believe so. Please continue. What have you discovered? There's the report. Fascinating. You wouldn't happen to have that field report, would you? As a matter of fact, I do. We hand the field report over to Ranger Murdoch. Great work, Nancy. That's not what the paper is written on. Any mineralogist will tell you that. The Geological Survey of Canada would never endorse it. I'll be writing my own field report, which I'm hoping the Royal Canadian Museum will publish. I'm proud of the work I did. With any luck, my report will be a newly definitive survey of Crimson, Ontario. No, sorry, I got a bit carried away. Back on the topic. I wish I had something to show or tell Ranger Murdoch about that. Sorry, I was mistaken. Can we continue? Of course. What do you mean? If you have something else you'd like to tell me about, Leffler, just say so. Is there anything else? Oh, I got the bridge. So I think I put dynamite before, or the caps, and that gave them some evidence. I think Carl sabotaged the train bridge, the same strip. Okay, yeah. So that's the same thing as getting like the dynamite or the caps. And then the luggage. This is all about the explosives. Here's the blasting caps. Probably had training with explosives and some prior knowledge. Got that. We have this telegraph tape. There you go. There's the bullet. Actually, how would I have it? Like you took it off of Nessa, but or have something else. Luggage. I found this train ticket stub in one of the jackets he left behind before he fled the lodge. When I saw him on the platform in Crimson, I mentioned that I hadn't seen one on the train. He told me that he hadn't been in a first-class car, which was a lie. The ticket stub clearly says coach, same as mine and Kimmy's. I vaguely remember a man sitting directly behind Kimmy and I for part of the journey up to Crimson. He was concealed by a newspaper. I never saw his face. I think he overheard me and Kimmy talking about Crimson and why we were traveling there. He must have been afraid I'd be able to reveal him as an imposter if I had my field kit, so he got rid of it while me and Kimmy were sleeping. I think he tossed the luggage out of the back of the train. That would be the easiest way to dispose of it surreptitiously. He then hid in the neighboring first-class car when it was empty near the end of our journey. Very well deduced, Nancy. It just so happens Rangers found your luggage near the train tracks between Crimson's train station and previous stop. Oh! Can I get it back? Oh my goodness, they did? Yes, your name was found on a tag inside. Everything is intact. That's wonderful news. I was afraid I'd have to save up for another field kit. The luggage is still an exhibit in an ongoing investigation at Carl Leffler. We found some fingerprints on the inside and outside of the luggage. We'll be needing to fingerprint you while you're here at the station, so we can separate your prints from those of the suspects. After the case is wrapped up, we'll return your luggage to you, of course. I understand. Thank you, Ranger Murdoch. Do you have the ticket stub you found? Yes. Here you go. I think that's all I have to share about Carl Leffler. Oh, I think we're doing pretty good now. Fair enough. Let's move on to something else. Finally, Margot's death. Margot's murder. This appeared to be the case. We are looking into it. Do you have any evidence you'd like to give me that could help make the case for Margot's murder? We got the glass. I saw Nessa bring a jug and drinking glass to Margot's boudoir. I don't think I mentioned the glass last time. That struck me as suspicious because there was no love lost between them. Later, after some of the water evaporated, white residue was left behind. Yes, that is very suspicious. I have this, Nancy. Our lab will want to analyze it. Here you go. Do you have anything else to show me? There's the jar. Covered this jam jar from the River Crimson Lodge. Key piece of evidence. White powder residue inside, along with a bit of flypaper. Very interested to learn what the residue is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's arsenic. So this flypaper. Found a fingerprint outside of the jam jar, and this is fingerprint. And then we overheard the conversation. Flypaper. Okay. The hair. Firmly believe Nessa murdered Margot with poison. I firmly believe Nessa should stand trial for her crimes. Margot deserves justice. Clearly, I feel very strongly about this. Were you a close friend of hers? How I felt about her doesn't matter. What happened was wrong. I agree. We'll get to the bottom of this, Nancy. I promise. All right, that's it. Let's see what we got. Hey, J Money! You came in right at the end. We finished a little bit earlier, and then I went back to a save to try and secure a better ending and get more stuff answered. At the end of the game, It asks you to provide evidence in all of your deductions, and so like it quizzes you on stuff. It's very cool. Sadly, no one ended up being a vampire after all, but we can't get it all. How you doing, J Money? Good to see you. You head home after completing your interview with Ranger Murdoch and immediately set to work on your field report of Crimson. You write at length about the samples you've obtained and the observations you've made, though you do leave out a few details. Good to see you too. Yeah, it's good to be back. I'm glad to be back on the streaming saddle. Oh, the other thing, like, we found out by testing more samples that like there definitely are diamonds, and they were definitely like hiding diamonds. And then we also found like a giant red diamond. But then we choose to tell people back home there are no diamonds there so they don't go tear the place up. So pretty satisfactory outcome. Such as that there are diamonds in Crimson, and Crimson diamonds is that. See, that's very cool to me, because initially it was like the Crimson diamond, and like, well, that diamond's not Crimson. Like, oh, it's because it was found in Crimson, the area Crimson. Like, oh, that makes sense. And then we end up finding like a literal Crimson diamond. Like, oh, never mind. Professor Plummer proves to be an enthusiastic and patient mentor, despite his mild disappointment at the unremarkable findings. You impress them with your attention to detail and hard work. Together, you produce an impeccable field report that is published by the Royal Canadian Museum and eventually endorsed by the Geological Survey of Canada. First publication, Nancy, a real feather in your cap. Weeks pass, soon you're immersed in regular life. You're an expert on the filing system, even suggest some ways to improve it. Find yourself missing the fresh air, roaring waterfalls, and rushing rivers of Crimson. You wonder if you ever hear about things are going up there, until one day... He's been watching Jum lose Nancy to Ranger Murdoch. No, Nancy's mine. Nancy's mine. Ranger Murdoch doesn't want her anymore after she was licking jam off the walls. That you could tell by his reaction that's a big red flag for him. To me, that's quite a green flag. That's a lady. She's fearless. She's so fearless. So she'll eat jam off a wall even if it looks like blood. Who wouldn't want that? There you are, Nancy. Well, let's see what the paper says now that we caught them. I thought today's newspaper might be of interest to you. Jailed! Yes! Crimes of the North. We start reading the newspaper. Nessa Crab's image dominates the front of the paper. She's being charged with Margot's murder, her brother's kidnapping, and attempted fraud. The article mentions that Nessa's alleged accomplice, Corvus Shaw, is being charged for his role in Margot's murder, Evan's kidnapping, assault, and attempted fraud. You're relieved to see no mention of Crimson anywhere, not even in the smallest news items. You figure no news is good news. Is it true love if you don't accept them for licking jam off the wall? Yeah, man, that's like... That's in sickness and in health, and that's guaranteed to lead to some of that sickness. So like you better stand by your significant other if they're licking jam off the walls. Like now if they're putting the jam on the walls and then licking it off, I think that's a different story. If they just happen to find some jam on the wall and then eat it, I think that's like, hey, that's a little weird, it's a little quirky, that could be dangerous, but like also like I applaud your guts on that. If they're putting the jam on the wall themselves, like that's a food ritual for them, that's a little strange. That's too much for me. Maybe that's not too much for you. You be the judge of that. So I'm fine if they're eating off the walls, but I don't want them to put things on the wall in the first place. That's someone else's job. To mention all about Albert Carl's attempt to sabotage two locks, only that will be minor delays due to routine maintenance. Probably want to make sure there aren't any more explosive devices in and around the locks. Had Albert succeeded, you shudder to think of it. You skim the rest of the newspaper, but nothing else catches your eye. That's relief, I suppose. No spaghetti on the walls. No, I think especially spaghetti. That could, you know, like the acidity of the tomato sauce is definitely gonna mess up the paint. Like, I guess if it's just the noodles, that's one thing. because they'll dry up, and then they'll be there. If you don't take those noodles off, they will harden and crust over, and they'll just be stuck to that wall. It'll get permanent. They'll integrate in there, only to see if it sticks. It depends on how much, right? We're talking a little or a lot. Like if it's just the noodles, I can accept that. If you put the sauce in it, you're wrecking my walls, and I can't have that. But if you put like a fistful or less of just sauceless noodles against the wall, I could live with that. Now, I guess it depends on how regularly this happens. This is a daily occurrence. This is multiple times a day. Like there's a limit to it. There's a limit, at least for me. Bronze cut pasta, you might get some real gummy starch on the wall. Yeah, see, that can be, there's a lot of shit. It also really depends on what kind of wall. You're talking like unpainted brick, right? Or like tiled backsplash. Like it's made for that sort of thing. I can accept that. But if it's just like wallpaper, if it's painted drywall, like that's gonna leave a mark. And the problem with that is you gotta do some real sanding, because once you get like oils from food in the wall, you try to paint over that, the paint's not going to adhere properly. You may not see it at first, but like it'll start bubbling up. It just leads to a whole world of trouble. Just better to keep it off the wall. But if someone else put it on the wall and they eat it off the wall, then I'm fine with that. That's what I'm saying. I don't want them to put it on the wall, but if they take it off the wall, I can live with it. You start the long walk home. You're relieved that Crimson won't become an open pit mine and that Kimmy and her cormorants are safe and happy. I would live above the Irish-Canadian Lucky Diner. I don't know why it kind of surprised me to see like Irish folk in, I mean, she's red haired, so it's got to be like Irish or Scottish in Canada. I guess it's not that far. I just never thought about it. I don't think about Canada that much, I guess. I don't know why it didn't occur to me. She's red-haired girl with a face full of freckles. Of course, there's Irish involved. Roberta Williams. Was it really Roberta Williams? Sweeping out there. So that's a pretty cool cameo. You fall asleep as your head hits the pillow. You're exhausted, and tomorrow will be another exhausting day. But every exhausting day is another step closer to making your dreams come true. Well done, Nancy. The next morning. Well, I didn't think we had a next morning the last time. You pick up the envelope. It's from Mr. Richards. There's a bit of bulk to it. You're surprised the envelope fit under the door. You open the envelope and read the letter inside. The letter reads, Dear Nancy, I hope you're well. Me and Jack are doing well, and so's Kimmy. She's been helping out around the lodge. I'm grateful. Kimmy still plans on staying on to see the fall bird migration will look like in Crimson. I've told her about the birds I've seen in previous years, and she seems excited. You're a good soul. Now that things have calmed down and I've had time to rest and think on things, I wanted to say thank you. I've got no doubt you'll make your way in this world and succeed on your own terms. And thank you especially for caring about what happened to Marco and doing something about it. Nessa will be behind bars for the rest of her life. From what I hear, she quite likes the strict rules and routine. I'm just relieved that Nessa will never intrude on my life ever again. Thanks. Thank you for locking my sister in prison. My gal Margot lived a whole other life before she met me. I know all about it. She told me. I knew she was sick. None of it mattered to me. I just wish I died first. But never mind about the past, Nancy. Let's talk about the future. Margot was a very successful businesswoman up in Skagway, which is what brought her unwanted attention from unsavory people. She had to do certain things to protect herself, including leaving town quick. She had to leave some things behind. She buried him and told me where. Now I'm telling you where. Coordinates, directions enclosed. If you're up for an adventure, seek out what she buried. It's all yours. You earned it. But wait for spring to set in and take the time to plan the journey. Skagway's a long way away, so I've enclosed something to help pay your way there. Take it to a jeweler with deep pockets and sell it. If you'd rather not make the trek to Skagway, sell it and use it to pay for your education, your dreams, or just enjoy life. It's up to you. Nathan sends his regards. Which reminds me, I've already transferred ownership of the lodge and lands to Nathan. I should have done that a long time ago. And living in his house now, we all are. Take care, Nancy. You're welcome at the lodge anytime. Nathan says so, and so do I. Signed, Evan Richards. You unwrap the little bundle of cloth and are stunned to find yourself holding Margot's white garnet necklace. Oh, this probably isn't a garnet. You can't resist the call to adventure. You sell the necklace and spend the bleak, monotonous winter months in the city planning your trip to Skagway. At long last, the weather becomes warmer. You book a train trip out west. By the time you arrive in Vancouver, it's the start of summer. You manage to book passage on a large fishing vessel up through the Georgia Strait, along the coast of British Columbia and into Alaska. From there, it's a quick jaunt up the Lynn Canal on a smaller fishing vessel and into Skagway proper. The fisherman drops you off at the dock bright and early and tells you he'll pick you up at the end of his workday, after which you'll spend the night in Juneau. You head into the wilderness, fending off the largest black flies you've ever seen. Eventually, you find the spot that Evan described in his letter. Ooh, what are we gonna find? This is quite a bit of extra from going back and redoing the ending. I'm glad I went back and checked it out on stream, because I would have done it myself, but this is it. A note has been added to your notebook. It's the note. Dig under the bush. All right. What's it gonna be? What is the secret of Skagway? You excitedly use your trusty trowel to dig under the bush. You don't have to dig very far down before you hit a wooden cigar box. Inside the cigar box, you find a purple velvet drawstring bag and an envelope. There's a letter inside the envelope. You unfold it and start reading aloud. If you're reading this, it means I never made it back here to retrieve this box. It could be for many reasons, but the two that preoccupy my mind are the following. Number one, that I've managed to find a place where I belong, among people who love me, and that I never felt the need to return. The other reason is that I'm dead. Why not both? That's kind of sad. But seeing as this is in the middle of nowhere, I'm going to hope that you are someone I care about, and that I told you about this. Whomever you are, friend or stranger, whether you came to this by love or luck, you're welcome to it. All I ask is that you tell no one where it came from, because I did find the contents of this bag near Skagway in a secret spot. One day, I hope this area will recover from the harm that was caused by the gold rush, by people like me. It is my fervent wish that nature reclaims Skagway and that the waters will run clear once more. Be well, signed, Margot. Carefully open the drawstring bag. Inside, you find gold nuggets of varying sizes, the largest of which is as big as a walnut. Oh, wow! You take the bag of gold nuggets and put them in your pocket. It doesn't feel right to leave the box empty. With a flash of inspiration, you realize exactly what you should do. You place your samples from Crimson into the cigar box. Ooh, that giant, the Crimson diamond, concealed here in Skagway for all time. Well, the ones with the diamonds in them, and particularly the ones with the Crimson diamonds. Back into the ground where they belong. I'll keep your secret, Margot, if you'll keep mine. You carefully rebury the cigar box beneath the bush. Margot picked a perfect spot to conceal her treasure. Even now, you can hardly tell where you've just dug. I suppose that's that. You take one last look at the mountains and rolling hills. I wonder what Margot was thinking and how she was feeling as she stood in this spot. I wish I could have told you about the peaceful, beautiful place you'd find and the people you'd meet who'd care about you. Goodbye, Margot. Goodbye. You trek back to the dilapidated dock. The fisherman is waiting for you, his net's full of halibut. You thank him for waiting, tell him you had a lovely hike and board his vessel. It's time to go home. Yeah! You couldn't resist keeping one of the blazingly bright red crystals. That's right, Nancy. You deserve it. Do a good job with sussing out the motives and actions of the other guests, but you missed the mark on a few things. 19 points out of 24. That's better than it was last time. You performed satisfactorily during your interview with the ranger, but you could have been more helpful. 17 out of 19 during the interview. I can live with that. You thoroughly and expertly investigated and reported on Margot's death. Well done. Scored 8 points out of 8 for your Margot investigation. I think the only thing I missed was the glass. The first time through. There are a few details you've missed, but your patience and persistence have gotten you all the way to the end. Well done. If you'd like some hints about those details, type yes during Nancy's train ride home. Carl Leffler, aka Albert Respa, was tried and found guilty of sabotage of the railway bridge, attempting sabotage of the Sulaks, espionage, fraud, theft, and a litany of minor charges. He was incarcerated at Kingston Penitentiary until his death 12 years later of a heart attack. The Sulaks were patrolled by the Northwest Mounted Police for the duration of the Great War, and no other sabotage attempts were made. Thanks to this vigilance, Canadian supply lines along the Great Lake waterways remained uninterrupted. This played an important part in Commonwealth war efforts and crucially contributed to the Allied victory. Corvus Shaw was found guilty of being an accomplice in Evan's kidnapping, forgery, and attempted fraud. You helped clear him of charges involving Margot's death because you'd been privy to the conversation he'd had with Nessa in the orchard. He was disbarred and served 5 years in a medium security prison. Upon release, grateful for your assistance in partially clearing his name, he dedicated himself to community service. Margot was laid to rest in Crimson's lushly overgrown cemetery in an informal service attended by Evan, Jack, Nathan, and Kimmy. It was a consolation to the attendees that Nessa was brought to justice for all her crimes. Kimmy Kishiro stayed on at the lodge until after the autumn migration of birds, when she returned to Vancouver to be with her family. From then on, she'd visit Crimson for the spring and autumn migrations, as well as the cormorant's meat nesting season every summer. Jack remained at the lodge, continuing to take care of it after Evan legally transferred the lodge and lands to Nathan Cardinal and his family. When Jack became old and creaky, the Cardinals in turn took care of him. Nathan Cardinal and Evan Richards arranged the transfer of the lodge and lands to the Cardinal family, effective immediately. Considering recent events, they agreed it was a good idea. The secret of the Crimson Diamonds remained hidden. Nessa Crabb was found guilty of Margot's murder, the attempted murder of Evan, kidnapping, and attempted fraud. She was sent to the newly constructed Northwest Wing of Kingston Penitentiary, earning the unenviable distinction of being one of the most serious female offenders to be incarcerated there. She died behind bars before serving her full sentence. Evan Richards peacefully lived the rest of his days in his beloved lodge. Upon his death, he was buried alongside Margot and his parents in Crimson, which is exactly what he wanted. Crimson remained a haven for wildlife of all kinds. You continue working diligently as a clerk at the Royal Canadian Museum. Eventually, you are accepted at the University of Toronto in the Department of Geology and Paleontology as an undergraduate. Professor Plummer spoke highly of your fieldwork in Crimson in his letter of recommendation. Although your findings weren't revolutionary, he tells you that impeccable, exhaustive work, regardless of result, is the bedrock of any scientific discipline, and that he's very proud of you. A few months later, you receive a letter from Ranger Murdoch, praising your investigative prowess and tenacity in bringing Margot's killer to justice and helping to foil the sabotage attempt at the Sulaks. He says you're a natural detective, and that he hopes your paths will cross again someday. You keep the secret of Crimson's Crimson Diamonds. Though sometimes you wonder what your life could have been like had you published your findings, you sleep well at night knowing you've helped to preserve a beautiful place. Thanks for playing. Sequel win. I know, right? Like, I just finished it, and I'm dying for another Nancy Maple adventure. I really hope that she's making another one, because this game was great. This game was great all around. And I love how they ended it. I love the variance you could have at the end, and I love how they tie it, all the stuff you do throughout the game from the very first chapter in. Evidence you're collecting, conversations you're hearing, all of that stuff comes up at the end. to tie it all together and like, all right, time to put it all together, time to put it all on the table. Yeah, like I would love like Nancy Maple like gets the call like, hey, could you help us with this case? Kind of stuff. Like I want another Nancy Maple mystery. I think you could do it. I think that sometimes, you know, sometimes in like a mystery game, like the mystery that happens is like very particular and personal to that character, and it just doesn't fit if you put them in another story. But I think that like Nancy Maple could definitely like you could plop her into another mystery story. I think it would work well. She could be in the area doing her coursework or thesis work. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of mysteries can happen in a university. A lot of crazy stuff can happen there. There's a lot that they could pull off from that. Yeah, I'm really, really happy with this game. I'm glad I didn't like wait like a super long time to play it. Yeah, it's the 1 year anniversary. For some reason, I thought this came out earlier than this. It says the 1 year anniversary of the Crimson Diamond. So it is not fully like a year old. I've been working on small projects this past year, including Chance's Lucky Escape. Next year, I'll be making the sequel to the Crimson Diamond. I have lots of ideas for it and can't wait to get into it. So she is working on a sequel. Julie Minamata, the developer of the game, in a post said that she's working on a sequel. What is Chance's Lucky Escape? This is a Playdate game. You guys know about the Playdate? I have one. I really should hook it up and like do a stream of the Playdate. Get some other games to check out on it. I got it for Christmas. It was a gift. And it's, if you're not familiar, it's a little handheld, and it has a black and white screen. That's pretty decent resolution. I'm surprised at the graphics they can get on it. Like it's not e-ink, but what the other type of screen is. It's a pretty nice screen, even for being black and white. But it has a crank on it. One of the primary control methods on it is this like crank on the side of it that you have to turn to operate some stuff in games, and how that pans out, does different things. Kind of Game Boy-esque. But it's interesting how they deliver games for it. Like you can sign up for like a season of the games and get it. They ported Shadowgate, that adventure game for the NES, that Mac Venture game that had the NES port that we played that. There's a port for that for the Playdate. It's very cool. Very cool. This game was a ton of fun. The artwork, the music was great. I love the story. I love the mystery setup. Everything about it. It's so interesting playing a text interpreter game in this day and age. You don't see that as much. I guess just I don't. It really fell by the wayside. I feel like we're gonna see more of it, but from other games, maybe not, but not in a good way. Squaresoft a couple years ago put out an AI powered, like an LLM powered remake of the Portopia serial murder case. It was a free tech demo. I don't know if it's around anymore. And the problem with I think it's an interesting idea, but I don't think it worked very well. One of the issues with using like LLMs for something like that is you could easily trick it into just telling you like just solve the case. But also anytime you put something like that out in the wild, most the people who are looking at it will spend the most time trying to get it to say the worst things possible, which then like, oh, we have to get rid of that. I think an LLM in that situation can't make up for like actual good writing, in my mind. And I think that's the only way I could see like bigger companies doing stuff like this. But because you gotta like think about like a lot of responses to things, a lot of potential answers to things. And I surprised throughout this game, like how it handled things and what would or wouldn't work and what it would or would not let me do. Such a great experience. Highly recommend this game. Steam, GOG, itch.io. It's great. I'll be keeping my eyes open for the sequel. I'll definitely like be getting that as soon as it comes out. It's just right here, 2024. I don't know where I was reading something and I thought it said 2018, and I swore it was newer than that. It must be mixing up with another game in my mind. Anyway, that will do it for the Crimson Diamond. Thank you so much for going with me on this journey. It was such a great game. But don't go anywhere yet, because it's time for Bomberman. I gotta get my screen up here. It's still on the game. Gotta switch my monitor input. There we go. We got pretty good stuff right now. Can I get this guy to come up here? Gotcha. 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 Get him. Oh! He almost got me. Ooh, we got both of them. Gotcha. Once you have like the remote detonators, like it all goes so much smooth. Oh, Jesus. I distracted myself and just blew myself to pieces. Well, there it goes. There's my remote detonator's gone. I lost everything. I knew it was gonna happen eventually. Stop bragging about like, oh man, having those remote detonators just like makes this a cakewalk. Oh! Surprised that ghost didn't kill me. This is like the third time I've had like all of the equipment and just like completely miscalculated and blown myself up. The worst about that is like there wasn't even like, oh, I placed a bomb in the wrong place and it got me in trouble. That was like 100% like I hit that button and blew myself up. Oh my god. Well, this was a lot easier. No, you can't get away. Beautiful. Oh boy. Oh, we got you. Oh, we got you. All right. I got this thing up here. I want to deal with him. I don't want to deal with it. We'll see what if I get any like power up back here. Oh, Jesus. Totally locked myself in there. Now I'm completely off my game today. I can't even get through this. I'm so used to being able to walk through the walls that I keep like accidentally instinctively trapping myself. That's something. It's not the best upgrade, but he's leaving. Back here. Oh, just barely got him. Oh, I can't believe that touched me. I thought it was safe. I thought it was in the clear. He zipped around that corner. Good God, I can't get out of here. Oh no! Well, we found the door, but I've already like released some hungry ghosts, so. Oh my God, I didn't mean to push that. Oh jeez. That was a mispress. I was just trying to walk away and it dropped two. Oh no. All of my lives going away. It's been too long. My frail Bomberman skills have all atrophied and withered. I miss my wall crawling. I miss being able to just walk through walls. It was so much easier then. Oh no! Oh, I can walk through the bombs now. So at least I got that going for me. Oh, there's the door. Careful, careful. All right, I'm gonna focus on killing here. Gotcha. Oh, look at that dude like stuck down in there. Gotcha. Well, we got both of them. Woo! All right. Now we got some time to see if there's any other upgrades here. There might not be. It's actually like kind of rough now without all the cool stuff. Without the remote bombs, without being able to walk through walls. No! Okay, welcome back, Judd. Just in time for the Bomberman. I don't think I'm gonna find any more power-ups here. I'm like sadly, desperately searching for like, oh, can I get that remote bomb again? I think, do we have a bonus level or is that already 10 levels? Nope, it's a bonus stage. We'll do the bonus stage. It's all right. All right, we're on 26 now. All right. let's save this state here. I'm like this so I don't hear the horrible sound that comes with. Oh man, that was it had to happen. I knew it was going to happen, but that's still awful, just awful. Just terrible. Terrible. I lost it all. At least I can walk through bombs again. We'll get it back. I'm sure the remote bomb's coming up. We are halfway done with the game because the original Bomberman only goes up to 50 levels. There's bonus levels like every 5 stages, so there is that to stretch it out, but it's not super duper long. Oh, there's a interview going on. I'm just gonna copy this link address in here. I'm not gonna put like a raid message on there. I suggest go watch it out. It's an interview. Anna Delna is interviewing Inochi at the moment, who I will be playing Donkey Kong Country 2 with on Wednesday night. If you want to pop in, but I don't know, like a raid message would probably be distracting from what they've got going on. So pop in and check it out and see what's going on. I will be back Wednesday for sure. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow. I might be driving my dad around some places, so I may or may not be back tomorrow, and I won't know until later in the evening. So if I do come back, it's just going to be something unplanned and simple. Otherwise, we'll be back Wednesday for Donkey Kong Country 2. And then I know after that, on Sunday, we were talking about playing Phasmophobia because there's a anniversary event for Phasmophobia going on that's like double rewards. So it's a good time to rack up some cash and get some levels back up there. So we're going to be playing Phasmophobia on Sunday with some folks. So look forward to that. Thanks as always for hanging out with me. Thanks for chatting. Hope you enjoyed the Crimson Diamond as much as I did. And I hope you'll pop back again on the next one. Until then, have a good night, everybody. So long. Bye-bye.